Okay. Yes. All right, let's add. I think I can add in. What is it? Add in text? Yes. NOVID. And then the video, audio capture. I think audio capture is USB codec. Cool, cool. So let me know. Okay. All right, let me know if. Okay. So text. Okay. NOVID 2021 Part 1. Okay, Arial, hell yes. Arial, I use Arial font. I use the Alt Hot. Yeah, okay, let's go. What the heck? Why is my font over there? That's crazy. Where's the font all the way over there? Why is my font so small and weird? Can't see my font. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just delete that. How do I share? How do I share this link? Where's the link to share? Okay. How do I share? Okay. Share? Yes. At everyone. Yes. Send now. Of course. Oh, it's a stupid. It's a stupid icon. Okay. All right. So, everybody. Okay. Where's the person? Where's the person? First person up is Jarky. Where's Jarky? All right, Jarky. Jarky. Get in voice chat. Okay. All right, so let me see here. 1 second. Let me pop out the chat. That way I can also add in a window. Add a window. All right. And then beautiful. Okay. Window. Okay, now it's like long. I can't even see this. There's no point in having it like this. Wait, people can just see the chat anyways. None of it matters. Okay. Let me add text. Can I add text? How do I add text? Okay. NOVID. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry, let me... Okay. Hi, Jarky. You there? Hello, Jarky? Oh, wow. Your voice is very smooth. God damn, bro. This is like butter. Oh, shit. That was the problem. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I was having text issues, and I was just like, why am I having text issues? But then I realized I didn't type anything in the text box. Yeah, it really is. I'm getting bamboozled on technology. Okay, NOVID 2021 Part 1. Yes, hell yeah. Gigantic. Okay. And, Yeah, so, okay, 20, okay, so there we go. And then I just gotta add in one more text. That, okay, so I'll call this person. Yeah, okay, yeah, person. Yeah, and this one is, Jarky Bacon. There's probably a much more natural way to do this, but I'm exceedingly bad at streaming technology. Yeah, exactly. That's that's what I tell myself every single day. Okay. All right. Okay. I guess. Woo. Yeah, now it's yes. Now it is big and fat. Okay. All right. So, before I get into this, sorry that you got hit with the intro stream section. Um, yeah. Oh yeah. Damn, I totally did not make the connection that you were in the UK. I was like, damn, that's a sick accent. It must be from Louisiana or something. Whoops. Uh, oh, interesting. All right, that's curious. So just give me 1 second. Let me pull up the playlist. Um, I had the playlist around here somewhere. Oh, it was in the video description. The video description had the playlist. Okay. Um. Okay, so it says can't hear Jarky. Okay. What the heck? Why? Okay, can you say something? Okay, they say they can't hear him. Okay, so let me. It must be one of those wacky things where it's just like no, no. Okay, audio. Yeah. Okay, I think I gotta remove the audio, and then I gotta add. And there's like another. Okay. Okay, say something again.
Hello. My name is Jarky Bacon, and I am currently being interviewed on NOVID 2021, Part 1.
Okay, let's see if people can hear them. People can hear them now. There's some sort of time lag or some sort of time delay, I assume. Some sort of time delay. Who knows? Can people hear? Okay, people can hear you now. Okay. Okay, alright. So, okay, finally. Okay, beautiful. Alright, so, I'm going to get this started because I feel really bad that Jarky's time has been cut short because of I can't use technology. Okay, so NOVID 2021. Once again, this is a donation stream. This is a donation stream. All super chats and all PayPal proceeds will go to Médecins Sans Frontières. Yeah, that's pretty much the general gist of it. I probably should have put down a PayPal link because I know a few people wanted like PayPal, but they didn't they didn't want to support the war racket that is YouTube. So I guess if you want to send it through, PayPal, um, I guess just let me know later or something. I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying. How do I edit? Okay. Oh, okay. I can edit the. Okay. If you want to send your donations through PayPal. All right. There we go. I'll just put that in. And then yeah, just please mark it as NOVID 2021 so I know. All right. Cool. Yes. And as always, I'm gonna be holding a raffle. It's for a mug. I'm going to be holding a raffle for a mug. It's going to be a separate raffle for the people who submitted videos and another raffle for people who donated. So if you donate, you have the potential to get a mug. I'll eat less time on your end. Okay, so, Jarky, tell me a little bit about yourself, champ. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that you have quite a bit. So I noticed that this conversation was specifically about, oh, they can't hear them anymore. What? What happened? How could this happen? Has there been some sort of... Is this haunted? Is this stream haunted? This room is haunted. Oh my god. Yeah. What the heck? Okay, let me try and... This... Man, I'm so sorry. This thing keeps... This is... ghoulish. Okay. Audio. Okay, so let me try audio input. Maybe that'll solve it. And then change that to, yeah, let's change it to that. Say something? Okay, that doesn't seem to be helping. Okay, let me try audio output. I'm gonna do audio output again. They didn't hear any of the introduction? Oh, what? That's insane. Okay. Try saying something?
Wanda Nero Butler is an American gospel musician. Her
Okay.
first album, Reach for His Love, was
Okay,
released.
hopefully.
Is that
Hopefully that works now.
I've just whipped up a Wikipedia random page, so I've got plenty of material.
What the... Still... Okay. So, unknown says better. Okay, so I guess they can hear you. Okay, works. Okay, we're on borrowed time, baby. All right, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Yeah, so I've been
Yeah.
making YouTube videos for the last, 7, 8 years. And
Okay.
within the last 3 years of my YouTube channel, I've kind of transitioned into more scripted video essay content. And probably within the last 2 years of that, I've kind of turned towards Vinland Saga content because that's a series I particularly enjoy. But I do also just make stuff on that I personally enjoy and kind of interacting with certain fandoms and communities on that, trying to say things that I think are interesting, but hopefully in a fun and engaging manner.
So you said communities you think are interesting. So I guess the question is like, what about the Vinland Saga community do you find like specifically interesting?
Um, Well, maybe it's not anything particular. I mean, Vinland Saga community is somewhat small, so it's generally it's not too toxic because if with less size means you kind of get to know people a lot more easily. If you're on Twitter, you see the similar fan artists again and again. If you're on Reddit, you'll see similar names again and again. And I think I just commented on the Reddit subreddit quite a few times, and I got a bit of notoriety, and then eventually I kind of just transitioned that into making some YouTube videos, and then
Okay.
eventually, probably what I've done most of, I spent about an hour and a half interviewing those who do the fan translations for the
Oh
manga
wow.
before the
Okay.
official translations come out, and so that's kind of how I dip myself into a bit more obvious spotlight within the community or fandom or whatever you want to call it. So the guy who interviewed the translators or the scanlators, if you will.
Oh, okay. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I was just told that I should tweet this out. I totally
No
forgot.
worries.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say, what is this? I'm streaming the NOVID 2021 interviews with the entrance. Whoa!
Wow.
Oh wait, that's the PayPal link. Whoops. All right. I really hope that like I didn't like send it out, and I can't get rid of this stupid frog. This frog shows up. I don't know
Is
why.
this on the thumbnail?
Yeah, YouTube does not let me change the thumbnail on this stream. I don't know why. It's just like you are not
This
allowed.
is
Like they don't let me do it. Okay, I'm gonna say ignore the frog thumbnail. I can't change it.
this has been ordained by Susan herself.
Yeah, I don't know if this is some sort of weird YouTube voodoo curse. But I can't change this damn thumbnail. Um, okay, so back to Vinland Saga.
How
So one of the things that you mentioned that was really interesting, right, was like this depiction of it was this depiction of violence. So can you explain briefly like what you considered violence and what you didn't consider violence?
Yeah, that was a really hard thing to kind of pin down, and that was ultimately the kind of fault of my whole video. With violence, I considered it the intentional harming of another person, particularly people. Though actually, I did include animals, but it's pretty rare that that happens. But a few times it happens. But yeah, so where you actually see contact or um, intentional harm. So if someone, like for example, draws their hand back to slap but doesn't slap them, I wouldn't consider that violence, despite the intent being there, because the action didn't actually go through. So that's that's generally what I try and consider violence. So yeah.
Okay. And so one of I noted that one of the conclusions that you came to was that like what was it like I think it was and correct me if I'm wrong because I might not remember this correctly, but like it seemed that like the slave arc was like in terms of like pure numbers less violent, but when violence does occur, it's much more graphic.
Oh, it's just similar in graphicness.
Okay.
So it's around about the same numbers. It was maybe a few percentage points less, but it's about 40% for both of them.
Okay. Huh. All right. Do you so what do you think is like the reason for like this I guess these decisions, you would say, because you would know more about Vinland Saga than like I would.
Yeah. So is this decisions like or like opinions that it gets less violent?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, my personal theory is that it's more like the scale of the conflict, particularly because Vinland Saga is a monthly series, and not many pages are released at once. Maybe about 30 a month, which is still a lot of work. But compared to some other monthly releases, like say
Mhm.
Attack on Titan, I think Attack on Titan had about 40 to 50 pages a month. So
Oh wow.
that's just kind of how Vinland Saga is. So it when you're caught up on it and you aren't binging any longer, say like in 2013 or
Mhm.
2009 or wherever the slave arc was being released, it can just feel like you've it's just gotten a lot slower. The plot's kind of slowed down, it's mellowed out, but also you've just come off the climax of the previous arc. And so
Okay.
once one person kind of says one thing, you may kind of notice it yourself, and then people just keep on repeating the same points again and again, even though it may not be exactly taking the whole scope of the story because you're very much in the monthly release consumption of the manga.
Okay. Is there so the way that like it so the way it like depicts violence, like is it do you find that like Vinland Saga is unique in terms of like how it does it,
Well,
or
I
not?
think Yukimura's penmanship is. I wouldn't say I'm particularly well versed on manga. Probably as many people watching this, but I find his like at least in comparison to Berserk, his and a few other pieces, they all do it in a slightly similar way. But his is very. He's despite the themes of the story, he is very good at depicting it in
Mm-hmm.
graphic detail, and that only aids in the strengths of the themes. And I think um, he is not afraid to be incredibly violent and gory, but he doesn't show it in always a very cool light. It's very much this is just kind of how it is. It's almost a bit gruesome, and he doesn't really try to present it as always something that you should really want to do, because that's very much Vinland Saga's kind of thematic core.
Okay. Um. Yeah, that's really interesting. Um. Huh. So I guess what would be the like what was the most difficult part of like this whole process?
Yeah, well, it was trying to pin down what violence is, and then the differences between extreme and non-extreme, and trying to kind of have that criteria and that methodology
Okay.
for what what do you consider violence? How can I? Because the main thing, I just have to be consistent. But if you go to stuff even like uh, ESRB or some PEGI ratings for video games and violence, it's very vague, and you kind of there's a lot of grayness to the area of what graphic is and what something that's more mild is. And so trying to set myself a criteria and sticking to that, and then being very transparent about that within the video, was quite important to me, because people will come along, they'll see the results and not question the methodology, and they'll just kind of keep on repeating it. And I kind of wanted to avoid perhaps what had been done before, where people just repeat, "Oh, Vinland Saga gets less violent," and instead say, "Oh, this is a bit more nuance," and maybe have a bit more of a grander perspective, hopefully.
Oh, okay. Hmm. That's okay. I guess so the whole theme of this one, right, was like literature review. Like did you find this one to be a particularly did you find the Vinland Saga to be like particularly challenging when with regards to like shaping your literature review?
No, not really, because I had this idea for a while, and I was kind of thinking about the NOVID challenge. I was like, I'd like to partake in it this year, and so then you kind of say it's a literature review, and I was like, oh, actually, that fits quite well, because you said you want to build upon opinions and things that have been stated by many people in the past, and this is one of the most um, common things that people say about Vinland Saga. I find is that it becomes less violent, uh, and so because when I read the second major arc, I didn't feel that at all. I felt like the violence was pretty consistent. So I had a bit of a disconnect with the general opinion. So I did want to investigate it in my own time and put into a video, or maybe some sort of Reddit post. But then, your challenge came along, and I was like, oh, okay, well, this is a perfect opportunity to do that. So that's what I did, basically.
Okay. I guess if there was one thing that you could have changed in this in this video, what would it be? Like if you had more time or if you
Yeah, I think I could probably go in more in depth on some of the analysis, particularly later on into the manga, or maybe go on more in depth in the manga spoilers, because I was very aware that this was a Novid challenge. So despite having like a manga spoiler section halfway through the video, it is very light on spoilers and kind of just talks about the general trajectory of the story.
Okay.
Um, but I like to probably get a bit more in depth in that analysis, then try and understand exactly more thoroughly why this opinion is propped up, and give maybe a few more explanations than just the one I gave, or the few I gave in the video. So maybe a few possible different theories or explanations for this widespread opinion.
Okay. How has so I try not to look at the comments. How has the response been so far?
My Vinland Saga videos get very good responses generally, and people just find it's small enough where, like, I think people just watch it because they generally uh, are hungry for more Vinland Saga content,
Oh.
and so they they generally just seem to enjoy it, and I try to keep my editing pretty clean and palatable. And I mean, I haven't had anybody. I don't think anybody's dying on this hill. People just find it an interesting new perspective, and they're like, "Oh, okay, that's interesting. Maybe I won't keep on saying what I hear everybody else say." Um, or maybe I've come away with something new and actually see about it in a different light, or something like that. So it's been very positive.
Are you gonna continue making like Vinland Saga videos? And I guess if so, like,
I
what would they be?
Yeah, I mean, I'd hope to keep on branching out to other topics as well, but I mean, I enjoy the series, so I like to do a bit more of in-depth look on its thematic, or like it has a lot to do with fathership. That's a massive theme that is maybe not quite all connected together, but the author himself was writing it, or started writing it when he was having had his first child, and now he has three children. And so I think
Oh,
he
okay.
imprints a lot of his kind of lessons of being a father into the manga. And there's also its interpretations of religion, and how it's very interesting to see a Japanese author talk about Christian theology, frankly. And so that's something else I'd like to probably delve into a little bit, because he quotes some very obscure parts of the Bible, at least by my knowledge. So it was very interesting. I was like, it's one of those things where you're like, "Hang on, why is he quoting Ecclesiastes here, or Lamentations?" Like, they're not exactly the most. It's not like one of the Gospels or Genesis or Revelations or something like that. It's very odd parts. So I kind of, and he does his research very thoroughly. So I'd quite like to have a further look onto that and be like, why would he include those little quotes there? So there's a
So I
few
wanna
ideas. Yeah.
so I wanna give the chat like I think there's like a little bit of I think there's like a minute and a half or something delay, but I want to give the chat like a minute or two to sort of see if they won't have any questions for you. Um,
Okay.
so
Yeah.
I guess we'll just sit here in abject silence until
Yeah. Well,
somebody asks a question.
I'd like to say thank you for doing this kind of thing again. It's very cool. I see challenges around the internet for lots of things other than video content creation, and so it's
Oh, okay.
quite fun to actually partake in something I feel like I have actually a skill set in, because doing like an art challenge or something like that isn't as you know quite up my alley. So shall we say? So yeah.
Well, I mean, like on a technical level, right? I mean, there's no reason to really thank me because like these challenges like don't really get people views or anything, and I do very little work on my end when it comes to
Yeah.
these challenges.
Yeah.
I just
Well,
I just watch the video and then I go, so why?
yeah. You set up the stream. You make sure
Yeah,
the audio
I
is
set up the
perfectly
stream and
okay.
then I fuck up the stream, and I'm just
You
like, give
make
me a
sure you put the
second.
PayPal in the description. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, well, it's like, to me, like, I'm not the far. I don't make videos very often, so this, like, I just released a video a week prior, and then I was like, oh no, I want to do this NOVID one. Okay, I've got a week to make a video, and turns out I can make a video in a week. I just don't,
Wow, you just
and
punched
so
that
it's
out.
nice. Yeah,
That's
well,
that's that's crazy. Making that in a week.
yeah, well, yeah,
That's
yeah.
it
I
looks
mean,
really nice.
okay, thank you. I mean, to be fair, that's why I filmed my face with the camera, because it made it so much less
Oh, okay.
clip selection, all that stuff. But
Saving
it's my
time.
face, it's easy peasy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So it doesn't seem like anybody has. Doesn't seem like anybody is mentioning or asking any questions.
Oh, that's totally fine.
Um. So yeah. Sorry that you got like the shorter part because of all the technical issues.
No,
Um.
I got served first. I'm at the front of the queue. And I'll take that.
From
It's a
the
win.
from the queue. Yeah. You get to go to sleep on a normal time.
Oh, yes,
Um.
wonderful.
um. So, do you want to put me? So entrants have they've got their own raffle slot. Do you want me to put you into the mug raffle, or do you want to?
Sure.
All
I'm
right.
all up for a bit of fun, a bit of randomness.
Yeah. So I'll. God, sorry. I just came off of like a 12-hour work shift, so my brain is fried. It's like
No worries. No worries.
um All right, Jark. So I'll put you into a raffle. People who put in videos have a separate raffle. I think it's like 2 mugs. And the
Nice,
reason
nice.
why there's so few, I'm just gonna randomly roll them. The reason why there's so few is because I make them by hand.
Oh, well,
So
that
so yeah.
actually that just made me want to win that mug that much more. I didn't
Uh,
realize it was handmade. That's
yeah.
incredible.
Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it because you're in the Discord chat. But
But hey, everybody out there, get your donations in this mug, but
yeah,
also charity. But this mug, I can't see it, but I'm sure it's absolutely fantastic.
yeah. So the
I'm blown
people
away.
in the chat will be able to see it. But anybody who donates to the charity, it's going to Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders. You're in a separate raffle for donors. But yeah, it just looks like this. Um, if anybody is familiar with what exactly is on this mug, it's Tsutomu Miyazaki's room when he got caught by the cops.
Oh, how
Um,
did I think I'm seeing you're just about to show on my delayed stream. I
yeah,
think. Oh,
yeah. But yeah, so thank you very much, Sharky. I appreciate it.
no worries. Thank you very much.
Yep. And I think I'm going to move on to the next person, but
No
you have
worries.
a good night.
Thank you. I'll sleep well. Have a great stream.
Yeah, I was about to say you too. Uh,
No
okay, bye.
worries. See you in a bit.
See ya. Okay, so next one. Let me try and get the list up here. So, all right. Yeah, the mugs are one of a kind because just they're Tsutomu Miyazaki's room. But the reason why, right, is because I didn't want to do like anime stuff because it could have technically been trademarked, and I wanted something that sort of like I wanted something that was effectively. I wanted something that you could have, technically speaking, just not mentioned what it is to anybody, and they'd be all like, "Oh, okay, that's a thing." So this is what it is. It's it's his room full of the tapes and the horror films and the magazines and everything that he was trading for. Yeah. So it was drawn by Lorpo. It was used for it was drawn by Lorpo. He when he made it for me, and so I got the okay to distribute it on the mug. I'm not selling this as merch, so this is the only way you're gonna get the shitty mug, I guess. Um, all right, so next one. So the next one here is by Unknown Otaku. All right, so let me pull up the list again. I keep closing this list for some strange reason. I don't know why. Let me get this list back up. So yes, so Unknown Otaku. The next one. Let me see here. Everyone is wrong about ReZero. So let me just change the text. The Unknown Otaku. Okay. And let me. Hello, hello.
It's your otaku, the unknown otaku.
All right. Okay. So we're in. Um. Okay. So, your video. Everyone is
Yeah.
wrong about ReZero.
Yes, every single one. Everyone in the world,
So,
which includes just 3 people.
so I guess the question is, who is the everyone, and what are they wrong about?
Um, so what's it called? So when I did it originally, I put these things in like a list, in bookmarks of just like everything, and it's all categorized and whatnot. and I picked 3 of the videos, which this one was specifically this one was Maname Matt, Neuralities, and Explanation Point.
Okay.
So I in my video I wanted to talk about this idea that Maname Matt was having about the ending. I didn't think it really made sense to like his complaints, because he talks about how the story was too happy of an ending, um, which was just a complete undoing of what, not undoing, which was in stark contrast to like what the entire show is. And I was like, as well as it not having any sacrifices, which I don't believe that that's true even a little bit, because every single arc, with the exception of one, uh, goes in and has actually a happy ending. Like every like little self-contained story, it's just after that, that's when it starts getting into the conflict and everything, after the happiness ends, which that is where season 1 ended off. Season 2 proves that it starts it all over again right after, but I don't use season 2 to prove it, because there's enough to show that in season 1 that's how it's going to play out. And a lot of it is almost like what's it called? Someone once told me it was almost like a video game kind of story ish kind of like deal.
Okay.
But what? Yeah, and formulaic in that sense, in which I kind of just made the formula myself, but they told me afterwards, and I was like, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. As for the explanation point, is where I guess it could go down to a bit of semantics, but it's one of those things like uh, someone introduced me after talking about it, about if you have a ship and you keep like repairing that ship, at what point does that cease to be the original ship? Because if you take a little piece and keep exchanging it, and over time, it's like, yeah, it pretty much is that idea. But I was arguing that everyone always changes everything, but day by day, when it comes to humans and whatnot, you're never technically your original self, but no one really calls it that, with the exception of people that go around and is like they're trying to like live a lie and whatnot, and the show is pretty much showing that that is wrong to do. So it's like, to bring up that question was always like not even like a question inside the story, because they showed it and then showed why it was wrong like instantly. And the last point, we can talk about them a little more in depth after, but the last point was talking about if ReZero was a male power fantasy. And I was like I've heard it a few times, usually on Twitter, like after that video came out, and I was always like wondering, where does that claim come from, until I started seeing people link that video, and I'm like, oh, because I was always like, how can anyone watch this and believe it's a male power fantasy? But yeah, you remember I asked you in DMs for it, because I was trying to find anyone that I knew that could even argue for it or not.
Damn, I should have just said yes. I should have been like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a blast. I think I do actually really like ReZero. There are a lot of faults with it that people could legitimately say, but I rarely see people actually talk about it. One, I don't feel too comfortable talking about without like really, really digging into it, is I still think that one time where Subaru is like hyper selfish, and he's talking about how much he when he starts yelling at Amelia, and the story was showing it like all in the wrong and everything like that. That entire sequence, I actually really hated that. Not because he's yelling at Amelia or anything, but it felt so out of character, and I wanted to really go and dive into like why it felt more out of character, but I don't feel like comfortable going so into detail without like everything. I'm really good at looking stuff up and going one at a time, but on the fly, I'm not all that good.
Okay. So one of the things that I guess one of the things that I noticed about the video in terms of your approach that was a little bit different from a lot of the other people's, right? Which is that like a lot of the other videos had a sort of like they looked at the corpus and then they sort of like crafted a sort of guiding specific argument in relation to that. But yours seemed to be more so three separate points, three separate anti-tubers. These are the reasons why I don't agree with them. So I guess the question is like, what was the process that like came to that decision? Like how were you just like, okay, this is how I'm going to go about these kinds of videos?
So I've had, like I was saying, I had these in the back burner for a while for like videos, because my bookmarks of like videos I disagree with, I have, I actually have it all like bookmarked and everything, and it's quite a few hundred.
Oh my
I just
god,
had,
what the fuck?
yeah.
Quite a few hundred. What the hell?
It's just stuff that what's it called, for me it's like a pastime, I guess. And I'm like excessively archiving stuff. But I looked at it, and I was already possibly going to do like some of the stuff, because I wanted to do a separate video on the explanation point and just talking about 2 points actually. And I wanted to talk about the Maname Matt one, talking about just 1 point. And so it was just like, so if I get one more video there, and it's like, it's like, so it was stuff I was already like interested in doing.
Okay.
So the reason I was confused by the wording of how you wanted it a little bit, which is why I went and asked if I was interpreting it correctly, like on how it could be 3 separate videos, 3 separate points.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so because I saw the wording and I was like, this could be taken in 2 different ways because of how it was. But I later then decided on that. I decided it was going to be a more lighthearted approach, not really going after them specifically, but more just, it. I'm sure, yeah.
Like so I guess the question is, of the 3, right?
Yeah.
Which one do you think had the most compelling argument? Or at least which one do you think had the argument that you could see yourself most likely to
agree with?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be explanation point. So, because the thing is, I actually agree with explanation point's video on almost everything. It's just that one part I'm like, I want to agree with you so badly, but there's literally an entire arc just showing why that's wrong. I'm just like, damn. It is like, I want to agree with it so much. I think the other 2 was just blatantly wrong. And at the time when they first came out, I was seeing a lot of people like parrot those kind of ideas, but I couldn't find them. A lot of them had my list had a whole bunch of deleted videos, and I'm assuming that was probably the ones I was thinking over first. And I was like, and stuff like that. So when it came down to it, I think explanation point has like the most compelling argument of all the bunch. In fact, I don't know if you noticed, but I tried to mimic the editing style of everyone. So originally I was trying to mimic Maname Matt's editing style just a bit. And then I was trying to mimic explanation point's editing style. But by the time I finished explanation point, it was almost the end of the month. And I was like, I had to just I had to just boom for neuralities. I will say I've already known that exclamation points editing style is very fucking hard to do. It looks simple, but I've already known that it is hard because the biggest like thing in your mind is every time you want to put a new thing, you want to just clear the screen. But if you look at what he does, he just completely throws it on there and clears it at specific times. Whenever he's talking about going back on something or anything like that, that's when he usually clears it. And when he talks about like changing something, that's when he clears it. So there's just a lot of stuff about that style that you have to really think about what you want in that kind of situation and like how to make it fit while also keeping enough like space and everything to pile more onto it without making it look like such a crazy cluttered mess that you can't tell what's going on the screen. Because like all that stuff all put together is actually pretty hard. And it's probably one of the hardest styles I've seen on YouTube. Not the but actually, strangely enough, inside the video, I would say neuralities is even harder. For one reason only. And that's because neurality, despite my disagreements or anything, she actually draws a lot of the stuff that she's talking about, which is absolutely insane for a video. Like imagine making like little images of yourself that you're drawing, and I'm not talking about like the same few panels of where it goes and she just switches between her stuff. No, she actually makes like a few little animation little GIF things inside her drawings, and I was like, that for a video that is like an hour long or something like that. That is insane to do. Or it was a really long video, but just to keep putting stuff like that, and it's like, as much as I disagree with neurality, she has a very what's it called, well presented, I would say, not argument but video.
Not argument, but video.
Yeah, well presented video. It looks amazing. She's very good at talking and into the mic, and I don't mean like talking. I'm talking about like speaking articulate and everything like that, and voicing your voice when it needs to be, like changing the tone and whatnot. It's like she actually like I can see why the video blew up the way it did, because it's just so what's it called? It's so well presented.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it actually has a lot more effort than most people that I see usually.
So, yeah, I guess. So it is really interesting that you mentioned that. So it is really interesting that you mentioned, sort of in the process of, I guess, mimicking their styles, you've come to sort of appreciate some of the quirks and the labor a bit more into sort of their craft.
I'll tell you this. I tried to do it to exclamation point just because I wanted to see what it was, like years ago. I tried to do it. I didn't even last 20 seconds before I scrapped that idea. Like I was 20 seconds into the editing. Not like I stopped at 20. I stopped at the 20-second mark. It took me almost an hour or two or something like that. And I was like, no, not doing it.
So I guess so you didn't mention Manime Matt. What about Manime Matt? What about the Master? I did a look.
So what is specifically about him? Because the animation, the kind of way style he does it isn't too hard. I was running a little low on time still because I knew my exclamation point part was going to need a lot of time from doing it in the past. So I kind of hurried across Manime Mats, did the exclamation points part, then went back to add more into it. only to what's it called? Only to later figure out I don't have enough time because for reasons I told you that I don't want said, I I started this pretty late. If you, I had what like when I finally started it, I had a little less than a week to do the entire thing. If I had more time, I would have done it way more properly. But yeah, I think the most important part for your the most important part for yourself is actually just making the arguments and making it noticeable why you have those arguments. For the most important part for a YouTuber is making it look presentable because that's what actually gets, yeah. Yeah.
So once again, if anybody has any questions for Unknown Otaku with regards to their video on everyone is wrong about ReZero, please leave a comment and then I'll see if I can get the chat in before the time runs up.
Yeah.
Were there any parts in the? I guess so you said that you had the you said that you found explanation points argument to be the most compelling. Were there particular parts during Maname Matt's or Neurality's arguments that you thought were like interesting or like were worth noting?
Oh man, that would.
Like, was there a part where you're like, "Huh, that's actually a good point"?
Okay, so I wouldn't say good point. I would say there are interesting points.
Okay.
So what's it called? I didn't like Maname Matt's video. Like, I'm trying to think of any point I would agree with either of them. I don't think I agree with either of them at all in almost any point.
Well,
But,
so let's move away from agreement specifically, and let's go to like interesting.
That's what,
it's like, huh?
Yeah. So, and I didn't really find Maname Matt's all that interesting. Okay. But I did actually find Neuralities, like, despite what you want to say, it is an interesting look at the show. What's it called? Because me, I don't know if anyone knows, but I kind of live and breathe and talk about drama like a crazy amount. And I usually love having people to talk about with. So what I saw with Neuralities and like how it almost she almost single-handedly revived the anime community in just a short time, because for a while she was like what everyone was talking about. I don't know if you noticed, there was hundreds of videos on her, just absolutely hundreds. It was insane to see.
Yeah, she became the l'enfant terrible for a second there.
I still remember your little take on the video and whatnot, and the response. But but yeah, I mean, despite what you want to say, she definitely has an interesting look, and it's like it's a lot of those things. Like, it's stuff that you want to talk about and you want to look at it, but I don't agree with her outcome of what happens when you look at it like that. It's hard to explain exactly without going point by point, and that would take a little too long than what we have.
Yeah, that makes I think that makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, like,
because
I think
if you saw my video, and for parts, and it's like I could have talked about. I did a list of everything I disagreed with her video, and that list just scrolled by the screen for like a good while.
Mm-hmm. I think you make a good point in that, like, there has to be somebody, for a discussion to really happen, there has to be somebody to make the counter argument, and I think Neuralities did that for a while. She made the counter argument, and then a bunch of people came out and made
counter arguments,
and then it kind of went that direction for a little bit. Okay, so we did get some. So Jeffrey says, for you, what is the most interesting, I guess, aspect of ReZero as a show?
The most interesting aspect of ReZero, man, that is a So that's a really hard question because a lot of it isn't exactly like my most interesting points isn't really like 100% because of ReZero, because I know you talked to probably Libido Common before, and it's like talking about the otaku identity and how it relates to ReZero. It's like that's always a very interesting concept. I thought I do like the revive mechanic, but at the same time, like he doesn't like try to abuse it all that much because you never know when it's going to stop, when it's going to end, where you're going to go, or anything like that, whether it would be useful at all or not. It's like there's a lot of interesting things about that. Um, I think the biggest interesting part of it, I would have to say, just the story itself, would probably be the fact that the character is supposed to be like the typical average anime weeb that hates his life and gets reincarnated into another world. And his very first thought is that this is going to be exactly like all the anime he's watched before, only for reality to keep slapping him in the face every time it happens. I still have what's it called? I still seen the theory that ReZero actually isn't a world at all. He's what's it called, inside some kind of like Nerve Gear video game. there and there's a few points that make it, especially one of the points that support it is his ability to keep finding Beatrice from the door rooms.
Interesting. So she's like an index.
Yeah,
of sorts.
yeah, kind of.
So
I think there's just so many things about the story that I find interesting. I can't really pinpoint my like most interested topic about it, but rather there's a lot of discussion about ReZero that I'm almost always like looking. I'm not commenting or anything like that, but I'm always looking and reading and trying to find like many different ways to interpret the story, and it's so fascinating.
Okay. So I guess the question here, I guess the last question I got here is that so you specifically worked this with under a very little bit amount of time. If you had more time, what would you have changed or added?
So I would have made. So I'm sure if you saw like in my Manime Mats part, I use still frames instead of the actual things he does for, actual what's it called? Like the moving frames. Footage, yeah. I couldn't think of the word for whatever reason. The actual footage showing what I was talking about. I used like some still frames and kept changing it. So it's like, oh, this is and this and this, and it was like, yeah, that was kind of lame. But I would have completely redid that Neuralities part. The fact that I just put the TV with her thing and did it, I was like, oof. Because I have every single character still that she has with her character. And so I could have made it literally exactly like hers and whatnot. And I could have possibly even tried to have what's it called? Maybe done little doodles, or at the very least hire someone to do the little doodles. But more than likely, I would have done it. I at least tried it myself. For because what I was really trying to do was like everyone's style and whatnot, see exactly how much effort it takes to put, and how hard it is just to think of these concepts to put onto the screen. And it was like, because to me, I always think some of the hardest parts about doing a script, the two hardest parts, is one is thinking about how to start a script. It's always like my absolute hardest part. But the second hardest part is always like as you're writing it, trying to visualize how you want it or have it visualized after the fact. One of those two. Because saying something is easy. Putting something on there to complement what you're talking about is a little hard. Oh, and also I would have definitely found out that all the songs were almost non-existent, oh my gosh, all the background sounds could not be heard for like at all, because what's it called? So I was using HitFilm 4 Express, which I've always used and whatnot.
Okay.
But for whatever reason, I think it went through like some update or something, and I could hear it just fine before rendering. And I was like, okay, it was like, this is good. So I watched it all inside HitFilm, so I can make changes and everything. And I figured because I watched it all in HitFilm and it was good, it must be good when I render it. So I rendered it, got it posted, public, everything.
Oh,
I rewatched it. Yeah, I rewatched it on YouTube, and I was like, something's missing. And then I was like, I couldn't hear any of the song. And then I turned up the volume, and it's like, it is so quiet. Oh my God, I could not hear any of the background songs that almost all my videos do. And so I'm going to have to go back and look at what I normally put it at. And then I'm just going to have to trust that that's the best way to put it before I render.
Okay. Well, I think that's all the time we got. Thank you very much, Unknown Otaku, for your submission and for coming in and
thank you, Joe,
sharing with us your editing woes. Do you want me to put you on the list for the raffle?
Sure, why not? Oh man, have a good time, Joe.
Yeah, you as well.
It's been nice having you on, but I'll take it from here.
All right. Oh, okay. Well, that was close. Almost tricked me there. You son of a bitch.
But I'm your co-host. How are you going to kick me off?
All right. I'll see you later,
I'll
buddy.
be back next one. See you.
Yep.
Bye.
All right, so that was Unknown Otaku with the video. Everyone is wrong about ReZero. So, yeah, take a look at that. So the next one we got here is Wolf of Will Street, which was not expecting that. That's an interesting name. Wolf of Will Street. And so this one is Appreciating Loneliness. So just give me 1 second here. And hello.
Hey there, Joe.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
You sound so tired.
I'm European. It's 2 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying not to be too loud to not wake everyone up.
It's like, what, 2 a.m.?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, give me the skinny. Why is it appreciate? What about loneliness?
So, like many otaku, I'm a pretty lonely person. No, but it's like seriously, yes, I am. Like I don't have many friends, so as a result, I go to a lot of my traveling I do on my own, and I go to events a lot on my own, and that used to be something that really made me really sad and just depressed. And when Rin in the show Eurocamp says that for her going to solo camping is a way of appreciating loneliness, I felt like the sort of completely just flipped a switch in my head and just made me like completely look differently at all these experiences of traveling solo, of going to events solo, everything like that. Because especially I can distinctly remember these moments doing those travels when I would be just walking around somewhere and you just hit me that, I'm in a place where all these people are living their normal lives, and some people go to these trips with others, so they don't have, so they're distracted by each other's company, so they don't have these thoughts, and that's where sort of it hits me that, oh, but I'm alone here, and it gave me this weird bittersweet feeling sort of like nostalgia, sort of like melancholy that I couldn't know what to make of.
Mm-hmm.
And when Rin said that she appreciates loneliness, even though she's a fictional character, I sort of felt like maybe that is possible. Maybe loneliness isn't something to be just saddened about and avoid it at all cost. Maybe it's something that I can appreciate under certain circumstances and, get in touch with myself and stuff like that, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, of all the Yashike, right? Why Yuricamp?
I don't know. I don't actually watch a lot of ESK. It's not like I'm like super specialized in that genre. Like I don't even remember why I picked up like first season. But why is it this one? I think it's
Yeah,
mainly
why
the
doesn't have to
case of
be
characters
Yashike?
of
Like,
Rin and
why this
Nadeshko.
show?
I think the case of characters of Nadeshko and Rin and their relationship, I think, is something that I rarely see in media. And it's something that one of the videos I cited talked about from Kami Mashta, that Rin is a loner, she's an introvert. And when you have this introverted characters in media, especially in anime, you often have this sort of arc where the loner gets invited into the group and they get sort of encouraged to join the group, and maybe they're apprehensive at first, but then they end up joining it and they end up appreciating it. That they've, being together is great after all. I should have joined from the start. And then what's great about Eurocamp is that it doesn't do that. It sort of shows why Rin enjoys being alone and that it's okay. And that Nadeshko, despite being sort of, klutzy, a little airheaded character, can understand it and can appreciate it and knows where those boundaries are and still continues that friendship and sort of finds that exact distance she can maintain where they're both comfortable. That's something that I haven't seen in a lot of media, let alone anime.
I see. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, It's really difficult for me to kind of discuss this at length because I don't know too much about Eurocamp.
Not a very academic show.
Look, okay, look, I'm not an academic. Okay,
I heard that about you.
I'm not an academic. Okay.
Yeah, you just do literary review for fun and
Yeah,
encourage
of
people to do
course.
literary
I
review.
mean, it has to be done. I mean, if we don't do it, then who else is gonna do it? It has to be done. Yeah, we have to take fate into our own hands. Yeah. I mean, do you go camping a lot?
No, and that's why that's sort of I think I've thought about. Like, I originally started working on a script for this video like half a year ago. I just watched this season, and what hit me at first was partially this line, but also the fact that I realized, man, I kind of want to go camping. I was wondering, is it because this anime is making camping, so fun, or is it because, it's a pandemic and I haven't like left my home in a year? So yeah, that is like, because the thing is that I didn't really enjoy camping in the past. It's not like something that I look forward to. Oh, I'm gonna set up a tent and lay on the ground and be uncomfortable, and all the bugs are gonna get inside my tent. Woohoo! So great. Not necessarily my idea of like spending time well, but yeah, something regardless of that. I found things in Eurocamp that I connected to, despite not necessarily being into that subject matter all that much.
So I guess one of my questions is like, feel free to not answer if you're not comfortable with this because it's kind of a weird question. But now that the whole world is under lockdown, now that the whole world is in a pandemic, has the conditions around you shaped the way in which you feel loneliness or relate to this concept of loneliness? And has that affected how you experience or you might have experienced Eurocamp now?
Weirdly enough, I don't think so. I've noticed that there is a small group of people, which I'm apparently a part of, that basically already live this lifestyle. Like the biggest thing that's changed is that my company allows me to work from home now. So I get to spend like 2 hours in traffic less each day.
Oh,
That's
you're like Bane. You're born into the darkness.
yeah, basically, like I'm not kidding. Like not much in my life has changed. So like the pandemic has affected me in sort of these subtle ways that crept in that sense that maybe I would still like meet up with someone every I don't know a month or so or 2 months or so, and now that I haven't, maybe it's sort of affecting me in these ways that I don't like. I'm not immediately aware of, but after some time I notice, oh, I'm angry more often, or I'm sad more often, or I have trouble sleeping. I wonder why that is. But no, that's not like something that I have like very interesting or conscious thoughts about. It's just something that I'm still kind of getting used to and ordering, how I want to deal with that, basically.
Now that
That's
there's
not necessarily
less.
camping related.
I mean, I guess. I guess now that like there's been less of a focus on that, right? Now that there's been less of a focus on like sort of needing to uphold, I guess, these sort of like social mores of going out and being with people and so on and so forth, because everybody is stuck inside. Um, do you relate to those sort of expectations differently? Like, do you find like the sort of situation where like, do you find it positive or negative? Do you find it strangely constricting or liberating to be in a space in which people are now kind of expecting that everybody else is kind of just staying inside?
That's the weird thing. When the pandemic started, I was almost hoping for that. That oh great, now everybody's gonna be at home just like me. So now we can, I can finally convince people to play Jackbox online, stuff like that.
To play Jackbox online.
Yeah, like that was genuinely my thought that now that everyone, is forced to spend time online, now I felt like I get the chance to be in my element. And then it turned out not really. People like still find things to do, and I still end up hanging around with the same people that used to spend time online just as much as me before the pandemic, and those that maybe were busy with other things, found other things than the internet to fill their time. So yeah, I wish I could give an interesting answer, but not really, no.
So I guess on the concept of on the idea of camping, of Euro camping, are there people you would want to go camping with?
You mean like fictional or like
I
the
mean,
type
it's up
of
to you.
person? Oh, okay.
It's up to you. Oh, let's go fictional. Yeah, who would be the top 5 people you want to go camping with from anime? Let's go. Let's do it.
From anime,
Top 5,
yeah.
and we're gonna
Top
whittle it
5.
down. Yeah,
God damn it.
doesn't even have to
What
be
are
from
anime
Eurocamp.
characters? What are anime characters?
Yeah.
No, seriously, what are anime characters? I mean, I don't really have like a list of favorite characters. It cuts me off guard. Yeah, I'm thinking of like Evangelion, but no one from that. Man,
You gonna
god
go
damn it, I
camping with
just
Shinji?
no, not really. I'd be worried that I would wake up one morning and see a strange sight standing on top in front of me.
Oh hell yes. Well, is there okay, maybe 5 is too much. Is there 1 or 2?
And I like again, you've got me sort of off my element because the whole idea of thinking
Sorry.
of characters as real people is very foreign to me.
Oh, okay,
Like
fair enough.
I very much like to separate 2D and 3D, so to speak.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sorry. So, your video is, I think, one of the shorter submissions here. Um, and so it's very, in a lot of ways, it is very kind of like concise. Did you feel like you accomplished everything you wanted to?
For the most part, yeah. But in a sense that when I was started working on it, I thought that I will get all these different angles to talk about. Like I would talk about this feeling of returning home. Like for example, this is something that again I could relate to because I sometimes go to stuff like community rallies or fighting game events, stuff like that. And then I would go there, I would meet people there, then go home, and I would immediately hop on like a Discord server or other chatting service that all those people would also be on. And because we all live in different parts of the country or the continent, we would arrive home at different times. So it would be this weird feeling where I'm already home, I'm already returned from this event, but I'm talking to someone who's still on the way, returning from it, like on a bus or a train or a plane or on transfer or something. And there's like this really weird and interesting feeling to me of like perceiving time and space that we were on a trip, we were at an event. There was this sort of shared space and time between us. And for me, this like event has ended now that I'm home, but for them it's still ongoing. They're still on a journey. So that's something that's explored in the last episode of the second season of Eurocamp, where exactly that's what happens. The girls are returning from the trip separately, and some of them get home earlier, some of them get home later, and one of them is like really restless about it, sort of still wondering about that one person who's still on their way. And that's like one feeling that I wanted to talk about. But once I name it, I found out that there's not much I can say about it. I just sort of point it out. I compare it to my own experiences, and that's it. That's sort of all I can say. I can't describe this feeling even more or like lead anywhere else from it. And I talk about like 2 or 3 things like that. And once I wrote it out, I figured, yeah, that's all I have to say. So I guess maybe the topic wasn't as complex as I initially thought, or maybe I don't know, maybe I haven't thought enough about it. But yeah, I don't feel like there's anything that I haven't said, but at the same time, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Do you feel like you would have benefited with so with that in mind, and the conclusions you've got, do you feel like you would have benefited with more time, or do you feel like 1 month was sufficient to accomplish what you wanted to do?
No, 1 month was definitely sufficient. I like I don't even see what sort of research I could have done. I like don't. It's not that I feel like there's things that I could have done if I had more time. I just sort of I've exhausted all I had to say or think about faster than I thought. Maybe the topic isn't so deep. Maybe I just don't have like frames of reference that I could use. But yeah, there's nothing more I could think of. Like even now that we are 2 weeks later, I'm satisfied with this video. I don't know what else I could add to it.
Yeah, I don't really have much else. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say. Do you have any other? Do you have anything else? Like, what's your next video plan? You got something else planned?
No, I don't. Basically, the problem with making videos is that I don't really like enjoy the game of trying to find followers or like try to look for viewers. So I pretty much only get motivated to make videos when something like your contest happens, or like when our anime does their like video contests. And that's like pretty much my only motivating factor to make anime videos.
I'm
So thanks for hosting this.
not a fan of the YouTube grind, huh?
I heard it burns you out and that only like 1% people make it and stuff like that. So yeah, not very encouraging.
So I guess is there another show or another text that sort of like gives you the sort of same gives you a similar feeling to Eurocamp? Like before Eurocamp, what would it have been, you think?
It probably would have been a place further than the universe.
Okay.
But that's like a lot more banal. Like I didn't feel like the show helped me understand feelings that I was feeling that I previously couldn't understand. I felt like it was just just this nice sort of motivational show that lets me like live out a fantasy that maybe encourages me to pursue this type of events in my own life. So like in the sense that it's a show about traveling and maybe inspired me to go somewhere. I guess it worked the same. But in terms of making me understand my feelings better,
Mm-hmm.
Eurocup might be the first actually, like at least within anime.
Okay. Have you ever considered like other like I know this will be have you considered like sort of like the pilgrimage shows like Seiji Junrei?
I don't know that show. Is there like an English title?
Oh, it just refers to shows that have like oftentimes they're anime, but like they have landmark pilgrimages where like people will like see it in a show or a movie or something, and then they feel like they want to visit it.
Oh. I heard about that, but no, this kind of pure tourism traveling is not really very appealing to me because it's like it was pretty expensive to go
Oh,
to Japan.
yeah, it's really expensive. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the idea that I could spend like my year of savings just to see the thing I saw in anime. No, that's not really. I'm too cheap for that. Like I appreciate people who do this, but no, like my personal traveling is mostly like event oriented. I've mentioned fighting game events. That's like I will go somewhere because there's a tournament there, or I'll go somewhere because I don't know, I want to see a band or some other kind of like event that I can see in my own town, and that motivates me to go there. And while I'm there, that's when I found myself, having to maybe spend time from the time I arrive to the time the event starts, and that's when those thoughts and those feelings would creep in that I disliked, and now I'm recontextualizing them as maybe valuable experiences that I just have to better process.
So once again, I'm gonna leave it up to the chat to see if they have any questions. If they wanna lob your way. In the meantime, you say you go to fighting game tournaments. What fighting games do you? What tournaments do you go to? What fighting games?
Well, for the past 2 years, I obviously haven't went to any. But before that,
Yeah.
mostly just local tournaments around Europe, in like Germany, Austria, Czech Republic, just to anywhere that my games would be, which would be like Marvel, Maybe Tag, and
Oh
not
shit,
like
BB Tag, dude. That's interesting.
I'm not like a good
What
player,
team? What team do you play in BB Tag?
Ruby and Hyde.
Ruby and Hyde. Oh, I see you're playing Team Good Buttons. I see. What?
Yep.
That's.
You understand my quote unquote play style very well.
I see. Team can't press a button on against them. I see. Interesting. Ruby and Hyde. Okay. You've been playing Ruby and Hyde this whole time?
I don't play this particular game that much. It's just I start rattling it off. I've been hopping, bouncing from flower to flower basically every time a new like hot release comes out. I check it out for like maybe a month or two, and I dislike it and, and move on to the next one. I've been living that life ever since like Persona 4. That was the last game that I stuck with for longer, and
Oh,
it doesn't
okay.
have rollback, and probably won't have based on the messaging after the re-release. So
Yeah, who knows?
yay.
So okay, so these are kind of like more joke questions, right? But Ice Killer said, ask him if he would go camping with any of his fighting game main characters.
God
So would you
damn
go
it.
camping with Ruby or Hyde?
I would go with Doctor Doom from Marvel
Oh,
3
Doctor
because he would
Doom.
keep me safe at night with his hidden missiles
Oh, you risked the foot
and
dive.
tell me all his fascinating stories about running a country and
Oh,
conquering
I
the
see.
world. What was his country? I forgot. Latveria, yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know anything about Doctor Doom. All I know is that he has a dirty foot dive. Okay, so Zugo says. So Zugo asks, "What do you think about the Eurocamp fan that caused the fire in Mexico?"
I hope I'll never be like him. I hope I never set a fire in a forest because an anime inspired me to.
Well, I don't think he set a fire because the anime inspired him to. I think he made a campfire and just was not prepared for what was gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. It was
Yeah.
directly responsible by Eurocamp.
Oh. And Ice Killer says, camping with Doom. Yeah.
Get
I
it?
mean,
Because, camping can mean zoning and runaway.
yep. Yeah, camping with Doom.
Nice.
Is that how you play Dodger Doom?
Yep.
You
Pure
treat him
zoning.
like a zoner? Zoner and runaway? Yeah. Are you excited for rollback for BB Tag? It's coming out.
I'll probably play some because of it, yeah. But
In
like I said, it's
February.
not like my favorite game whatsoever. So it's more so like out of the games that are currently out that have some kind of a scene that have rollback. Maybe BB Tech will be like my highest priority for some time, but
It's,
but
it's
I'm
rollback. Who knows? Maybe one day
yeah.
Ultimax will get rollback. Some modders out there will be all like, this Kusuge needs rollback.
I
Everybody
mean, maybe they
deserves.
just have like a really weird marketing campaign that is sort of holding this information as a hot new info that they'll give out in like January to make us more hype for a
Maybe.
longer time.
Can you watch it? It turns out to be just like one line on the Steam page. Like
Well, I've checked the Steam page and there was nothing there about.
no, I mean like as it gets closer to the release, like they update it. It's just one
Oh
line.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But
it's
someone
just
will
like,
notice that like immediately and sort of
yeah, they're like,
fire
whoa,
it
it's got
from out.
rollback. But
Yeah,
everything
someone
else
might.
is just like experience the amazing Persona lore.
I'm sure someone has a bot like checking every update to the
Oh yeah,
Steam page and letting them know every time
there has
something
to be
changes. Like I mean, it's been the same.
a website somewhere out there which is just like, does this have rollback? But
And it was the same thing with like the BBCF because people were stalking like the Steam depots to check that there's a new debug branch. What does it mean? And for like weeks they were hoping that it must be rollback while they were saying no way we're not getting rollbacks for this. It must just be like a patch to make it work on the Steam Deck or something. But nope, we got it.
yeah, we got
It
rollback.
works.
Yeah.
Works better than it worked like ACPR at first.
I mean, honestly, I think the rollback is better than I think the rollback is better than the Strive rollback.
I never
Yeah.
had like a bad experience with Strive, so I won't complain.
I've had decent experiences, but I feel like a lot of them were a little jank. I haven't had a bad experience with the CF rollback yet. So yeah.
Yeah,
Were there
fair
any
enough.
questions or concerns that you want to ask me before we end this?
So I wonder if you were aware of this while you were making this challenge, but it's really fucking hard to find videos about a particular anime that have something like interesting to comment on. I don't know if you like tried to put this challenge on yourself and see if you could create this sort of literary review if you wanted to, or if you just picked the number 3 at random.
Yeah, I purposely chose 3 partly because it was in my opinion, it was in that like sort of doable but challenging space. Um, it's a lot more difficult for some things than others. So for some stuff, it's super easy to do a literature review because like everybody will have an opinion on it. Like you could come out with like an Attack on Titan video like right out the gate because everybody's gonna have a take on Attack on Titan. I can
Yeah,
understand Eurocamp being a bit challenging.
yeah, but I thought that it would have been like it wasn't my only video that I thought about. I basically went through like my anime list and wrote off like all the shows that I think I have something interesting to talk about, and then I sort of started checking how many people made an essay about this. I maybe I'm really bad at checking, but like checking stuff like Wolf Children, stuff like A Place Further Than the Universe, stuff like Oregairu. And I couldn't find more than like 2 or 3 videos on most of them. Some even I couldn't even find 2.
Oh, okay.
So let alone, but I don't know if I'm just really bad at checking, like finding these things on YouTube, but I had no idea how to find more videos on them.
There's probably episode reviewers out there who are just like analyzing every episode of Oregairu.
I only saw like Replay do that. If anyone else does that, link them to me. I'll
Maybe.
be very curious to watch those. It's like this, like the opposite problem of last year, because last year I also wanted to participate, but I had the separate problem. Every show that I thought would be like quote unquote niche out of what I watched and I have something to say about, turns out there was a video about it. So I thought, okay, so this year is gonna be much easier. So I'm gonna pick the popular shows from my list. This time it's gonna be like tens of videos. Nope, still had like trouble.
Still challenging.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate you submitting. As difficult as it was. So I appreciate you submitting. Do you want me to add you to the raffle?
I think the international shipping costs would destroy you, so I think I'm gonna abstain.
All right, no worries. Thank you very much, Wolf, for coming in and submitting. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the challenge and thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I hope you have a nice sleep. It's 2:30 or something now.
No sleep. I'm waiting for the Dungeon Fighter Online.
Oh, okay.
Starts in half an hour.
Oh, okay. Well, have fun.
Thanks.
Yep. All right. So, yep, that was Wolf of Wall Street on appreciating loneliness. So, okay. The next one here we're going to be taking a look at, you're talking to, is Clear and Sweet. So, Clear and Sweet's video is Evangelion episodes 4 and 5, the Junichi Sato Chronicles. So, just give me 1 second here. All right.
Joe. Oh my god.
Hello.
Oh my god. I was
Yes.
just muted the stream and you just got talking to Wolf of Wall Street about the Dungeon Fighter Online fighting game. I don't know if you know this. I know you do because I tagged you in the tweet back in the day. But I played Dungeon Fighter Online for the better part of the past 11, 12 years now, and just recently got into fighting games. And
Interesting.
And then in half an hour, that beta is coming out, and it's like the biggest thing that's going to be happening to me all year. So appreciating your fighting game community talk. But it's great just to get to talk to you too, because I haven't talked to you in forever.
Well, it's been a very long time.
I know,
Yeah.
and I do want to thank you for doing this because I think this November video month, I did it last year too, is just the coolest thing in the world, and I think it really fosters some type of community among the AniTube that I think is very positive.
It's really interesting because there's a lot of people like who are like coming out to it's really interesting because there's a lot of people who are like coming out submitting stuff that don't I don't know. I'm sure Shabes knows him, right? You know.
Shapes was everybody. Did I tell you I met Shapes
I'm
at
sure.
Otakon this past year?
Okay.
And Shapes was like, "Oh yeah, there's 20 other AniTubers that are here at this
Yeah.
event, and you should go meet them." And I was like, "Dang, Shapes."
Yeah, you know, I'm sure Shaves like sees this list and he's like, I know everybody here. Um, but for me, you know, a lot of these folks I don't know, because I only hang out in one little tiny corner of AniTube,
Right.
and so it's really interesting seeing like the names, seeing who's submitting, what they're submitting, all that kind of stuff. And some of them are like topics that I have absolutely I
Right.
some of them are like, you know, I didn't know that there was a pre and post time skip sort of debate in One Piece. I don't know that.
Yeah, you get the very esoteric stuff. I
Yeah,
totally understand.
which is really interesting. But on the topic of esoteric stuff, let's talk about an incredibly niche and esoteric stuff. Yeah, it's esoteric thing, you know, esoteric things, very very niche. Sailor Moon and Evangelion.
Yeah, I was about to say you were
You know,
talking to a lot of these people about like they're having trouble finding videos about everything, and then I went
yeah,
for the easiest layup, easiest softball
yeah,
pitch that ever could possibly exist.
yeah.
But yeah, no, I was actually kind of surprised that I was able to find three critical pieces, video pieces, specifically talking about Ava episode 4 and 5. So yeah, even though Evangelion, there's God knows how many takes on Ava across as a series and a franchise and all the themes and everything. I was
Hmm.
really limiting it specifically to those two episodes, and Sato did two more episodes too, so I could have changed it around one way or the other. But I was pleasantly surprised that there were some episodic takes.
Yeah, so I guess the question is like, why Junichi Sato?
Oh, that's a good
Yeah.
question. That kind of goes back to like the start of my journey into textual criticism and even liking anime in general. And this is a story I tell on
Mhm.
podcasts that I'm on and stuff like that. But
Is it pre or
I,
post you being a Smash player?
oh God, oh man, formative years. Well, Super Smash Brothers came out in 1999 on the N64, so I would have to say I was playing Smash Brothers before that.
Okay.
Um, did I tell you I learned how throws work in fighting games like a week ago? This is
Really?
true. Yeah, because they don't work like Smash Brothers, and I was so confused for the longest time. Um, but now I know. Now I know why
God.
when I use Calvados with RAM and then try and grab them when there's an active hitbox out, I know why it doesn't work. I had no idea for the longest time. Anyway, um, I'm. What was the question?
Why
Oh, how did I get
Junichi
into Sansa?
Sato?
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Yeah.
I watched Sailor Moon on Toonami or whatever was on back on the day Toonami and Dragon Ball after school on Cartoon Network, and I loved it, but I didn't understand why I loved it. So I kind of put it in the back of my mind, and then when I was in college playing World of Warcraft for 12 hours a day, like it was my full-time job, I also saw Sailor Moon again, and I was like, wait, I really like that. Let me rewatch that and see if I still like it. And I did, in a way that I didn't still like stuff like the Pokemon anime or Power Rangers or any of that stuff. So that kind of led me down this path of thinking, well, why do I still like Sailor Moon at 22 in the same way that I do liked it when I was 11? And why do I still like it at 32 now in the same way that I did at 22? And I think it really required a broader perspective or more background information. So that led me to watching other stuff. You know, your Cardcaptor Sakuras, your Hardcatch Pretty Cures, and your Revolutionary Girl Utanas, what have you. And it led me to looking up who created everything, and of course that led me down the path of Princess Tutu and Aria the Animation and a lot of the stuff Doremi. So it kind of was like Sato was always my favorite director of all time, but I just needed to realize it first. And yeah, my critical pursuit, the first panel I ever gave was Grace versus Glamour, the duality of Sailor Moon, and talking about Ikahara and Sato as directors and what they did after the works, and how Sailor Moon was sort of the catalyst for a lot of the themes and structure of many of the shows that came after it. So yeah, when you had this opportunity, this video had been kicking around in the back of my mind for God knows how many years, um, because I had done, I'd seen all this Sato stuff and I'd watched it, and I wanted I put it on my Patreon once as like doing a video series on each of these episodes of everyone that Sato boarded, like Sailor Moon episode 24, the Nephrite Naru episode, and Princess Tutu's episode 7, one that I quoted in the video that I think are like these foundational episodes that are just like so incredibly good in and of themselves, that I wanted to give them their due and explain why. And then on that list, of course, was Evangelion episode 4, which I think is just one of my absolute favorites ever in all of anime. Even though Evangelion as a series is maybe not my favorite thing. So yeah, and I was like, wait, I have to be able to use Evangelion for this. There has to be enough people talking about this to do a literature review. And I was really pleasantly surprised by the ones that I was able to find.
So, so you go into this in your video, but what is if you can distill it, what is like the Junichi Sato storyboard?
Right. Well, so I think what Hideaki Anno thinks the Junichi Sato storyboard is, and what Junichi Sato is capable of, in a broader sense, is maybe different things, but not that different, honestly. The first thing I wanted to contextualize, and I didn't really get to in this video, if it was a series, I'd go into it more, is that Junichi Sato is primarily a showrunner. He's primarily a manager and a boss, and somebody who kind of gently guides other people in their way and then lets them flourish. And some of the best stuff that has come out of something like Luna's Worst Day Ever, which is a Kunihiko Ikahara episode that is in the first season of Sailor Moon and is anime original, and it's all just because Sato was like, all right, you guys go, take this and run with it, and it's just going to be in this context and make sure it stays within that, and it becomes this best episode. Or like the one I did last year is Arya the Origination Trighetto episode is didn't Junichi Sato didn't have anything to do with it. He was just like, yeah, that would be an amazing episode. We're gonna put it here in the thing, and you go and do it, to the episodic director and storyboarder and writer. One of the coolest things I actually got the chance to do was at Otakon one year. There was a writer for Macross and some of the early seasons of Sailor Moon, and I asked specifically what it was like working with Junichi Sato on those, and he was very happy with how Sato was as a series director and overall showrunner, and how much freedom he had to write the episode, which he didn't have when Ikahara took over Sailor Moon. And I thought that was just like the best like primary source, and matched up with everything that I already knew about Sato. It was just the coolest experience. To go back though to your point about what is Sato like as a storyboarder, I think the hallmark I bring up in the video is like understanding what's happening and understanding the characters in the story. And I bring up His and Her Circumstances, where he does, another Anno show where he comes in and kind of helps just do one episode. And the characters in his and her circumstances, it's like all about kind of the high school kind of, oh, I can't say this, the social pressures, the love, the back and forth, but these characters, oh, excuse me, they are in love. And there's a lot of like subtleties in how they portray that to each other. A lot of body language and stuff like that. And I think, but then you don't see that in stuff like Crown Kingdom, in stuff like Maple Story, and stuff, stuff that's where it's supposed to be more slapstick or for a different audience or something like that. And a Doremi comedy scene is not the same as a Doremi character emotional scene. And why? And the reason behind that is because Sato knows how this is meant to be consumed and how it should be portrayed on screen. That is a long-winded answer to your question, but yeah.
So first off, a little bit of an aside. Northside Star, thank you for the donation. Says the existence of NOVID implies the existence of YesVid. Joe, hope you have a great stream. Okay. YesVid. So one thing that was kind of floating in my head, and this is completely unsubstantiated, right? But one thing that was kind of floating in my head was, were you ever concerned about possibly like some of the challenges in being able to distinguish, I guess, partly like, because you said that he's like a manager, he's like a guider, and so on and so forth. Were you ever concerned about like difficulties in being able to distinguish like Sato's like style or workflow or like his like quote unquote like working aesthetic versus like those he guided or those he led?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that was one of my primary concerns, is that I was talking out my ass for a lot of it. And I didn't really understand what I was saying. I mean, I very specifically researched and chose episodes that he was primarily responsible, or he was responsible for the storyboarding. But, stuff like this, we're behind this fog of distance, time, and a language barrier in another country. So how much of Sato got through, or how much can I credit Sato for this? And and that's been a constant fear in any time that I've kind of talked about this. So I can only piece it together using the information that I've acquired and trying to do some type of analysis between these episodes that go on, which again is pretty hard because Sato will change his directing style to fit the work that he's on. So yeah, it was this large problem of I don't even know what I'm talking about for most of the time when I say directing or storyboarding. It's like I have never storyboarded things. I've seen storyboards. I've seen his story. I pulled up for this thing. I pulled up the storyboards that I could find for any episode that Sato did, and unfortunately, the only ones I could find were the storyboards for the original Sailor Moon opening, and they do have Sato's signature right on the front of it. And I was going to use, I really wanted to use the Sailor Moon R opening, which I think is one of the best in all of anime. It's absolutely gorgeous. And everybody go watch it. But I couldn't attribute that to Sato. I know he was the series director there. The series director usually does the opening for the storyboards for the opening, but I could not find any evidence that that was the case. And it's like, I don't. So it's this constant battle of wanting to say something authoritatively, but then fighting the fact that you actually don't know anything about it. And yeah, I've fantasized about, being in Japan and just casually being at a cafe and then seeing Sato over and just and just pulling up and having a conversation and then confirming all this other stuff that I've been talking about for 10 years. But no, to your point, I don't think we can ever be sure that anything we're saying is accurate, but it's kind of the price you pay.
So, well, I guess like all NOVID entries. So you touched upon like three. So you touched upon like three other like AniTubers.
Right.
Or I guess technically three other YouTubers who just happen to be talking about anime because one of them wasn't an AniTuber.
That was so cool. So to explain, yeah, that two other AniTubers and then a video game critic, John Cartwright, who I followed for a while about Nintendo stuff and whatnot. And honestly, before you announced the requirement for these three, I had seen Cartwright's post on Twitter about Evangelion episode 4, and I was like, what? Why is this person I follow for something completely different talking about this thing that I am actively trying to do a video about? So it was just the most serendipitous thing that happened. It was great.
So I guess out of those three, which one whose argument did you find the most interesting?
Oh yeah, I like Sis Brothers the best. I that was when I went searching for that and found that there was somebody already like doing exactly the defense that I would have done for episode 4. I was just I ate that up, and I followed him on Twitter, and I like commented. I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Um, because it's actually exactly the style that I like to do for a lot of my stuff, and it brought up exactly a lot of the points that I would have made had I done that type of criticism for episode 4. So yeah, there's other AnyTubers. I love it whenever I come across a video that is of something I know about, but also brings up all the point that I know I would have to make that video or make a video about this thing I like, but they've done all the work for me, so I don't have to go through and do all the video editing and record all the thoughts and put it all together, because it takes a while to make a video. So yeah, that was. But the crazy thing too was that the other video I found, episode 5, was from Trixie from an old Digibro video, right? And I hadn't known, and I was out of the loop. I DM'd you about it. Like I didn't know the Digibro channel had been taken down. Like I didn't know any of that. So I had to puzzle that one out before I did it. But I think a lot of people understand Evangelion in the way that I think it begs to be understood. And that's kind of really inspiring, because I have takes on anime, and then I think, well, I might be crazy, but I really think it's like this. But then you post some, or you see somebody that has already put the work in and already expressed their ideas, already felt passionately about it, to put in the effort to get their ideas out there and say, and their ideas just so happened to confirm what you had independently thought. Yeah, it was great. It was a great experience seeing all of them.
Yeah. So once again, I'm gonna leave it up to the chat. A couple, I guess, a minute or two to sort of put in questions, comments, etc., and let's see if Kai or Clear and Sweet can respond to them. So I guess in the meantime, I guess one of the question I would have is, so this all happens over the course of like a month. If you had more time, was there anything you would have done differently, or are you generally like satisfied with what came out?
Oh yeah, no, I finished my video very early into November, and I felt completely satisfied with that, because. So that's not to say there's not more stuff to talk about. There absolutely a million times is, even in the perspective of Evangelion, even in the perspective of Junichi Sato as storyboarder or director or series director.
Oh yeah, I've seen what you've done to the Harley.
Oh my god, I was just thinking about that today because I was rewatching all of The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, and because tomorrow it is the morning of December 18th, right? Tomorrow, 3 a.m., right? So my yearly disappearance rewatch is happening, and I went back and I clicked on some of my videos, and it's been, I don't know, I started those in 2015, so it's only been 6 years that I've been doing anime YouTube as a cohesive thing, aside from making Dungeon Fighter Online meme videos. Hey, that's relevant today. But yeah, making anime criticism videos, and God, I really cringe at some of the old stuff that I've done, and the production values that it didn't have back at the time. And Yeah, I know you yourself, Joe, are just such a good editor and put a lot of effort and value into the creation of the actual content. Whereas I am really just using this as a vehicle to get my ideas out to the world, and I'd much rather talk over for an hour over screenshots of Haruhi or Madoka Magica or something. But
Well, I
I
think
don't.
good editing. I think good editing is clean and clear editing. And
Would you say
so,
clear and sweet?
yeah, yeah, very saturine editing.
Sure, sure. Well, yeah. But no, yeah. To your point, is it should match it, right? It should match. If you're 20 minutes into me talking about whatever magical girl show I'm espousing today, my thoughts on today, then you know what you're in for, right? And you're not expecting some fancy editing trickery. So yeah, I get it. Still, when I go back and watch those old Haruhi videos, I'm like, man, I really needed to up the production values, and I think I have over the last 6 years, even just to the point where I can watch modern videos like the one I made for Novid. I can go back and say, oh yeah, that is pretty good. Another thing I will mention very quickly about the editing process is that I swapped from Premiere. God, I hate Premiere. I hate Premiere so fucking much. But I swapped to Wondershare Filmora X, so I didn't have to transcode. It handles MKV files natively, so I didn't have to transcode or
Ah,
even do the command line stuff to get a video in a file format where Premiere will actually work with it. And that saved me so much time, and it had a lot of like editing, different split screen effects and whatnot that are all pre-baked in there, and it was just a lot simpler. So shout outs to Wondershare Filmora X.
so Caribou, well, Shabes. So Shabes
Shapes.
did leave a question. Did you feel you had to trim the points? Did you feel you had to trim the points you wanted to make? Since it seemed like you decidedly chose one point from each video and expanded on it, but there's certainly more to be said about these episodes.
Totally, absolutely. Yeah, I thought that was the best way to go about covering um, the requirements for this video of using the three previous texts without, making it an hour long and then
Hmm.
dissecting each of them and each of their points and all that stuff and making it a watchable video. I would just take either one concept or the general one bit of the video and then use that and go from there and kind of connect it back to what I wanted to talk about, which was Sato, or attributing it to Sato. So yeah, there's a million things, and I have a million video ideas, and certainly one of them is give further attention to everything else that I left out of the video. But at the end of the day, it did generally what I wanted it to do, so I'm fine with it.
Nice. All right. So I think that's the time we got. Thank you very much, Kai. Clear and sweet. It's very awkward calling you clear and sweet because usually I just know you as Kai.
Yeah,
Um,
most people do. I'm fine with it. So
so thank you very much, clear and sweet, for your submission.
yeah,
Really
thanks
appreciate
for
it.
hosting it. Yeah.
You want me to put you on the raffle?
Oh hell yeah! I want a handmade Joe mug. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Priceless.
Literally,
Yeah.
it has no price.
Oh,
um, but yeah, thank you very much for your
um,
submission. I appreciate it.
absolutely.
And here's to hopefully another exciting year next year.
Absolutely, I will be participating next year. Now I'm going to go watch some streams for DNF
Oh, of
Duel.
course, yeah.
Oh my god.
All right. Enjoy your day, man.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay, so that was Evangelion episodes 4 and 5, the Junichi Sato Chronicles, by Clear and Sweet. So that was the one. So before I get to the next one, do want to shout out, thank you very much, Spencer, for the donation, saying, "Hey Joe, Novid is awesome. Shout out to you and everyone participating this year. Have a great stream." Thank you very much, Spence. That is very much appreciated. As always, to anybody who's forgets all of the super chats and all of the PayPal donations will be going to charity, Doctors Without Borders. Once it all gets cleared through on Google's end, I'm gonna do this year what I did last year, which was I'll donate the money and then I'll put the proof up on Twitter. So in case anybody is worried that I'm gonna run away with what I assume is probably gonna be like $100, right? If anybody's worried, I'm gonna post it all up. And by donating, it puts you into a raffle where you can win one of 4 incredibly limited edition mugs, homemade mugs, featuring Tsutomu Miyazaki's room. Tsutomu Miyazaki's room. Custom art by Lorpo. This was originally for the book club and the Contours of Loricon video, but it's vaguely subtle enough that you don't have to tell anybody that it's an anime mug. Okay, so the next one here coming up is let me get the schedule up here. So the next one here is Ghost. Okay, the Ghost Man. So that one. So Ghost's video is FKA Go. the stupid thumbnail. So FKA Ghost is Angel's Egg is Moe, you fuckers. Okay, so let's bring in Ghost. And hello.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. I thought I forgot about the stream delay. Okay, I'm ready. Yep.
Okay. Cool. All right. So, Angel's Egg is Moe. You fuckers.
Yes.
So, how'd you get started on this idea?
Okay. So, it's been an idea that I've just kind of had for a while, and just trying to figure out. Angel's Egg is a very emotional movie for me, so I was trying to figure out why it's so emotional, because it's not like emotional like a conventional sense. So I was like, okay, what's going on here? And I just I was just lying in bed one night, trying to fight off the night terrors, and just like, oh, Moe, that seems to work. We'll go with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was like, I don't know, 5-7 years ago. And,
Oh, it's been this long. It's been...
No, it hasn't. I'm lying to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know. It's been something I've thought about for, a couple months, however long, well before NOVID started. And it's like, hey, why not make a video?
So, so one of the things, right, that I guess one of the questions I have is, so this idea of like the Moe character, aside from like your own personal relation to Angel's Egg, is there any reason for like say like this specific like Oshi work? Like why not like say like Beautiful Dreamer?
Because I hadn't seen Beautiful Dreamer at the time.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. So I think, I'm a big Oshii fan. I've seen like Ghost in the Shell. I think he's a good director. I think he's going places based on that movie. I'm looking forward to see what he does next. Definitely someone you want to keep your eye out for. But it's also one of those things where it's like, I think starting out on YouTube, it's important to like play into the algorithm. And so I wanted to go with one of his works that also had like a very strong sexual appeal. In order to get into that YouTube algorithm. So of course,
Angel's Egg.
Okay.
Go on.
I don't know. I didn't think this joke much farther than that. It's mostly just because I hadn't seen Beautiful Dreamer at that point, and I also wasn't familiar with Urusei Yatsura. But also, it's just something that it's an unconventional point as well that I don't think other people are going to have really like thought of the movie in that way prior.
Mhm. Yeah, so this may be, I don't know if this is a challenging question or not. But why do you think people haven't like made the Angel's Egg Moe connection?
They're stupid. It's one of those things where I want to describe Angel's Egg, and this is going to sound mean, but it's like analysis bait in a lot of ways. Where
Okay.
I talk about this in the video, where people, it's one of those things where there's a lot left on the table, and it's not a movie that explains itself fully. So you can just make videos, sort of trying to break down the symbolism, and I think that ends up sort of distracting from what I think is a fairly clear Moe element, even if it's presented in a bit of a different way than probably most people are used to.
Mm. Okay. So I guess okay, so I guess to people who aren't familiar with the video, run down like the basic idea of like what you mean by like the Moe element in Angel's Egg.
Right. So, I kind of based a lot of this off of the Moe Manifesto. I cite a fair bit in the book. So I was kind of working from that as like, okay, I think it's Moe. Is there anything in here that kind of like I kind of like speaks to that as well? So I focus on the setting, the presentation of the girl, and just sort of this idea of like a distinction between fiction and reality, and purity and innocence is a big one as well that I talk about. Where that's a whole thing when it comes to a lot of Moe characters, and what sort of like evoke that feeling of Moe comes from like those two sorts of traits, which is a very big part of Angel's Egg, but people tend to focus on that in terms of like a religious context rather than a Moe context.
Okay. So there was a comment that you made that I thought was interesting. Which is that when it came to a thematic analysis, the best one was Chris Stuckman.
Yes.
So okay, give me the rundown. What made the Stuckmanator stand out?
All right. He's one of the only ones to actually cite Stray Dog, and I think it actually have like read it, which I thought was, I was like, wait a second, hold on, because he brings the book out in the video on camera. I'm just like, wait a second, I didn't expect that. But it.
So the best Angel's Egg analyst is a movie reviewer.
Yeah, well, he cites sources more or less. In a lot of ways, it's very comprehensive, and I think a lot of Angel's Egg videos touch upon the same points. They might phrase things differently, but I think a lot of them talk about a lot of the same things. So, in terms of like Chris Stuckman's being the best, I think it's just like the most comprehensive in a lot of ways, and of course his background with Christianity as well, I think informs a lot of his views on the movie in an interesting way.
Okay. Were there any okay, so aside from the, like your specific Moe connection, were there any specific conclusions or connections that you were surprised weren't made?
Yeah, so the whole thing with Oshi's divorce and not being in contact with his daughter was something that I didn't even know about. And then I was going through and doing research. I'm just like, how have other people not stumbled upon this as well? Because a big resource was Ehoba's blog, because he went through and just not translated fully.
Yeah, he's like the Oshi guy.
Yeah, he summarized a lot of his books. And a lot of that was done like last year and stuff. So okay, stuff made before then, fair enough. But I also found the interview with Yoshitaka Mano was like 2014 or something. So I was reading that and just like, okay, there's a bit less of an excuse now to like not know about this, because I had only found out about it because I was going through his Wikipedia page on, in Japanese, and I just saw a brief, like, one sentence mention, "Oh, she had her divorce around this time," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, wait, what?" So I started looking into it a bit more, and I was like, okay, this changes things a lot, to the point that I was honestly, in some ways, considering just totally overhauling the video, because another thing that I had found was just that a lot of the claims people make about Oshi and Angel's Egg, I struggle to substantiate. People say that like he attended seminary. Maybe not the case. I couldn't find anything to corroborate that. Brian Rue says in Stray Dog that he only considered attending; he never actually attended. I tried finding stuff saying, how about how he fell out of like faith at that time when making Angel's Egg. I couldn't verify that in any capacity. So part of me almost honestly just kind of wanted to almost fully change course to just make the video, everything you know about Angel's Egg is wrong. But by that point, it was like November 28th. So I'm like, okay, no, the video's got to get done now.
Well, I mean, that means that, if you ever decide to go down, the AniTuber route, you still have another idea in the oven.
I do, yeah.
You just literally just follow it up with everything you know about Angel's Egg is wrong.
Everything you know is wrong. Cite your sources, please.
Yeah. Top 10 things AniTubers are wrong about Angel's Egg. Number 1.
Number 10.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess, in your opinion, what makes does Angel's Egg stand out in Oshi's oeuvre? And if it does, what do you think makes it stand out?
I mean, it's obviously just a standout movie in general. There isn't a lot like it in general. But I think in a lot of ways it does sort of telegraph a lot of the stuff that he'd be doing through the 80s and 90s, tonally, especially with stuff like just being very like meditative, relaxed, just holding on shots for ridiculously long amounts of time. Oshi's follow-up project, because he didn't get work in anime for a while, so when he comes back in like 87 with like episode 2 of Twilight Q, you think, okay, he's coming back to anime after being sort of ostracized due to Angel's Egg being too weird. Maybe he'll tone it back a little bit for this, for this comeback. No, instead it's a lot of Twilight Q. That second episode is just like a picture of a room and a guy sort of sitting there, and it just holds for like minutes at a time. So stuff like that, in terms of directing, I think it's sort of, I don't want to say it's like the turning point. I'd say Beautiful Dreamer fits that more, but it definitely sort of fits the progression, going from Beautiful Dreamer to Angel's Egg into his into the rest of his work in a lot of ways. Another thing I also talk about in the video is that even within like the broader context of anime at the time, it's weird, but it's also not entirely unusual as well, given like the whole lolicon boom, and moe anime was like the king in the 80s.
Oh, I thought you had more to add.
Oh, no. I just want to add that bit as well. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So now I'm gonna throw out the curveball questions.
Oh. Okay.
What's your least favorite Oshi work?
Well, I mean, there's none I dislike, but it's actually his most recent anime, which he didn't direct, I think, or maybe there's only like a chief director on it, but he did write fucking Vlad Love. It's an interesting anime, but it might be the most indulgent thing. Yeah, it might be the most indulgent thing I've ever seen, because it's just Oshi making references to foreign cinema and like esoteric Japanese literature that I'm just like, what am I watching? He did an episode with Lupin the Third Part 6 recently as well. That was just bonkers. Why they let him continue? He can't keep getting away with this.
Okay, so, all right. As an analyst, you are required to do or commit to ready-made analysis. That's how it works. Draw the line from Angel's Egg to Vladilov. Go.
Okay, so Angel's Egg, 1985 through and Twilight Q. Then what do we get? Gosenzo-sama and Pat Labor.
What goes into Sama to Pat Labor?
Or no, wait, or would have been Pat Labor. Pat Labor would have been running concurrently alongside Gosenzo-sama, but then a little bit afterwards with Pat Labor 2, and then Ghost in the Shell, Jinro, Innocence,
well, Jinro was Okiura.
Well, okay. So we're just talking about stuff he directed.
Yeah, let's go with stuff he directed. Because, like, if we're gonna go Jinro, right? He's already been doing the Kerberos Densetsu for a while.
Oh yeah.
We that would put us into Red Spectacles territory.
Yes. Okay. So as far as dear Lord,
unless you want to account for Avalon,
I think the general thread going is that he's just become more and more flippant as far as like catering, making something like sensible for like an easy to consume for an audience, to the point that Angel's Egg, challenging, difficult work. Vlad Love, I don't know how that. He was literally like quoted as being like, people were like telling him, hey, maybe we should make this a little bit more accessible for audiences, and he was like, nah, they can go fuck themselves. So I think the thread I guess I would draw then is just
are you telling me, the director of Garm Wars, how to do my job?
Yeah, I still need to get into his live action stuff. But yeah, just kind of seeing like, okay, how much self-indulgence and absurdity can I just get away with?
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Making me go here. I've been drinking. I've been pre-gaming this entire time, so I'm firing all cylinders, boy.
Bro, that's crazy. That explains why you're talking like a tornado. Rip through another Amazon warehouse soon.
Hell yeah.
I feel like that's too soon.
Yeah, maybe a little. Oh dear. I'm supposed to make the edgy jokes here. Stay in your lane.
Yeah. Okay, so this video was made over the course of a month, right? Or at least like you got a month to make on it. You got a month.
Yeah, I had a month. It was made probably like closer to like 2-3 weeks, but yeah.
If you had more time, were there any things that you would have changed or you would have wanted to talk about, or anything you would have wanted to try to account for, clean up, so on and so forth? What would you have done differently is the question I'm asking.
As far as like talking about stuff and doing stuff differently, one thing I noticed that is kind of bothering me when going back through the video is that I need to get a better pop filter, so that was bothering me at certain points. And just general audio cleanup, editing wise, I probably could have. I realized Angel's Egg is kind of a hard video to edit around because I ended up reusing a lot of clips because they're only. It's only a 70-minute movie, and also a lot of the shots are very long, so there's not a lot of them to use. But I think I could have improved in that capacity as well. As far as the script goes, though, I'm pretty satisfied with it overall. I don't think there's anything
with the ending.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with not knowing how. I wouldn't have known. I don't like ending like how to end videos anyway. So it was just kind of like I don't know how to transition from this.
Okay.
Goodbye. I'm not going to waste your time with like a full outro. It's like I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed making it. Stuff like that.
Hey man, that's how you get views. That's how you get engagement. Yeah. What are you talking about? Pretend like you're too
and
good
then-
for engagement.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Listen, Ari. I refuse to submit to the popularity algorithm. I am my own man. I'm an egoist. All right. I only believe in myself. Did my Oh God, fucking did. Anyway. Yeah. Go on.
Well, you can't make that argument. You're a podcaster.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
Check out the Weeb Crew, guys. let's get that plug in. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe at the Weeb Crew on YouTube.
Incredibly random about Weeb Crew.
Yeah. Be sure to check out my podcast, Clearance on Creepy, the one that I made.
Yeah. You're the Australian and the Irishman. Or the Scottish, or the Scotsman. I think Steve Scott's Scottish. I don't know.
I thought it was Irish.
He may be both,
Okay.
or he might be like an Irishman living in Scotland. Something like that. I don't know.
Steve, please leave a comment on this video answering about your ethnicity.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. There's not really much for me to talk about with regards to like Angel's Egg in the sort of specifics of the content of your video, right?
Yeah.
Because I think it was just like a really rock solid video.
Thank you.
Did you have a lot of like editing experience before this?
Nope.
Okay. This is
So because I literally sat in a call with Gil Eyes here, and he just kind of like told me how to do things. I'm like, all right, thanks. That was just something like we did one night, and then I edited the rest of the video. So his help was indispensable in getting this done on time. Otherwise, I would have been lost. The video would have been rendered at 30 FPS had he not told me what to do. So it would have been a disaster.
I see. So you had Gil holding your hand.
Yeah.
So this isn't even your NOVID submission. This is you and Gil's.
Yeah.
You know. This is half a submission. Half
credit where
Gil's, half
credit's
Gil.
due. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course. Okay. Yeah. If you win this raffle, I'm sending you
He
half
told
a
me
buck.
he told me why I couldn't drop clips because Premiere doesn't work with MKV encoding or fucking file types. I guess. Fuck
Yeah,
me.
They don't
I had
trust
to like handbrake every single individual clip. Oh, it was a nightmare.
Yeah, Premiere doesn't trust MKV containers. So
Goddamn Adobe, fucking elves that run their company.
they just don't do it. They just don't like it, you know.
Yep.
So you got to convert it first. So what was the thing you liked the most and the least about the whole process of editing?
I enjoyed it overall. I think that my least favorite part was when I started to need to pull clips from like multiple other shows. Like when I start talking about like I just need examples from like other things in order to break it up, especially because I didn't want the whole thing just to be Angel's Egg, and just like trying to find appropriate clips to fit and like think of them, and then like going through my hard drive of legally acquired media was just it was kind of tedious to sit down and figure that out and make it work, especially when I need a clip that's this long. Oh, this clip isn't long enough.
So once again, if anybody's got any questions for FKA Ghost, please write them now, and I'll send them over to him. Yeah. In the meantime, is there any Angel's Egg video out there that convinced you of something? Like, was there one where, like, even though you weren't like, yeah, this is not what I would want to talk about, but, like, this makes a really fucking good point?
Yeah, there was one, fuck, I can't even remember the name of the channel now, but I bring it up in the video. Lane Darko. It's a video from them. That's a dead channel now, though, but, they talk about Angel's Egg as, like, this, Alice in Wonderland story, which is something that I was just like, oh, well, that's kind of interesting to think about, especially, giving the whole coming of age angle to the movie. I was like, oh, that's not something I really had thought about before, and kind of gave me a bit more of a new perspective on that.
Okay. Okay, was there any... Okay, time to start some drama. Was there any Angel's Egg video that was particularly bad?
Yeah, hold on. Where is this fucking video? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so there are two videos. There are two fucking videos talking about Angel's Egg is like using like Jungian psychoanalysis, all right?
Okay.
And
Are you like
one of them-
anti-Jungian? Do you not like the Persona games?
no, it's just like okay, so in a lot of ways they are just the same video, but one of them was just like I'm just gonna go through Angel's Egg and just sort of like this is this symbol. This is this symbol. I'm like, okay, but how are you tying this together? Because they just went through the movie chronologically and just sort of like pointed things out. And by the end of it, I'm just like, okay, we're 30 minutes. This was 30 minutes long. You've just kind of pointed stuff out, and you've not tied it to any concrete thesis statement. So that was upsetting. What else? Angel's Egg analysis. A lot of them just got frustrating for just either making the same points or not making any points, and it's just like one thing that did set me off is so many videos started off with like a clip of something, and it's just like, wow, this is gonna be a weird one today, guys, and I'm just like, fuck you, fuck you. That's how I wanted to start the video, just like making fun of that, and he's like, I would shoot myself in the face, and then the video would start for real, but.
All right, lads, we're in the strange side of AniTube.
All right, yeah. It was like a weird old English guy making the video.
Yeah, just grime voice.
Yeah. I tell you, I started out in Innsmouth.
Yeah. Yeah, instead of Ishmael, it's Angel's Egg.
Let's see here. Let me pull the stream back up. Were there any good questions?
Oh, there were no questions. I would have asked them by now.
Okay.
Yeah.
People were smart enough to not question my authority on this topic. All right. I'll fucking hunt them down if they do. I swear to God.
Well, you still got 2 minutes where they can blast your ass with a question.
Okay.
And the people in the comment section still got 2 minutes to harass you. So
All right.
The Cold War isn't over yet.
All right. Here.
Yeah.
Let's try this. So yeah. What are your thoughts on the state of Israel?
I'm just looking at the schedule right now.
You're just like, okay, we're gonna get this fucking like psycho off the street, like safely escort him out of the building. Why?
Well, I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying. Okay, I believe that there are two groups of people. One of them is in a giant concentration camp, and then the other one has a giant iron dome. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Why didn't I talk about Ghost in the Shell? Because I couldn't think of a cool. I'm not creative enough to think. Oh, if you consider doing a video on Edeon Be Invoked, never. I'll do instead a video just about my seething hatred of Tomino. Why did I talk about Ghost in the Shell? I mean, I'm not creative enough to think of a cool thesis statement in time to talk about that. Although there are more videos on Ghost in the Shell. It just makes it even. There are so many videos on Angel's Egg. It was like a pain in the ass to fucking like go through. I didn't even go through all of them, so it was just like fuck. Why does your pod have more subs than your channel? It's mostly just due to the girth, not necessarily the length, but the girth of Mumi's penis, which is why that channel has more subscribers. Okay, and the average is sort of just it's diminished by my tiny penis.
Okay, we can't start talking about the member sizes of anime girls. So thank you very much, Ghost, for submitting the Angel's Egg video.
All right.
Do you want me to put you into the raffle?
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to have like a mug with a drawing in my room. Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. Satomu, is that you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You ever? Yeah, did you not know? Yeah. Why do you think it's
I
ghosts?
thought you
Yeah.
died
Why
in
do you think?
2008 by hanging.
I did, but I'm a ghost.
Oh shit! I didn't know ghosts can edit video.
Why hate Tomino? I just do,
Okay.
motherfucker.
So that was FKA Ghost, aka the spirit of Tomo Miyazaki.
Adios.
Yep. Thank you very much for submitting. So that was FKA Ghost on Angel's Egg is Moe, you fuckers. So the next one, the next one is coming up is Urmi Anime. So Urmi Anime's video here is the importance of shogi in March comes in like a lion. So let's get this started. Hello. Hello.
The man, the myth, the legend. Juan de Pausa y Selección. How you doing, man?
What the hell did you just say? I have no idea.
Sorry. My just learn Spanish, okay?
What is?
I learned English.
What is? Twitch chat translate.
Okay. I'm trying my best, okay? I'm trying my best. There are subtitles in my videos for a reason, right? Because I can't fucking speak English. I'm trying. Hello.
I mean, I think I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna sound really weird or presumptuous of me, but I guess the question I have is that like if you are partly concerned about your accent, like why are you doing like an English on YouTube video? Like isn't the Spanish speaking side of on YouTube like pretty big?
It is and it isn't. So
Okay.
there's a lot of people talking about, the big shows, talking about Boku no Hero, talking about Demon Slayer and all that stuff. But there's not that big of a community talking about, I wouldn't even call like the stuff that I talk about niche, but yeah, there's not much people talking about niche stuff. Niche stuff. And the ones that do talk about the more niche stuff don't have any viewers. So yeah,
Oh, that's a shame.
yeah. So I just and also I wanted to talk to more creators, more people, that make videos and you know I just talk with 3 or 4 YouTubers from the Spanish side, right? That made videos that I enjoy, and the rest are like, yeah, I don't know if I wanted another fairy tale video, so I'm good on that. So yeah, I
Okay.
just said, fuck it, let's make an English YouTube channel.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So give me the skinny. What is the importance of shogi in March comes in like a lion?
So March comes in like a lion, despite everything I said. It's not an anime about shogi. I know. The first thing that I say in
Damn, you
in the
clickbaiting
video
yourself?
is that it is, but no, it isn't. But it's really, really fucking important. Um, I don't know if you watch the anime, but the show starts kind of like, with a big focus on shogi, on the sport, on the game, and then as the show goes on, it just kind of stops caring that much about shogi. So most people find more attractive, more you know enjoyable other parts of the anime, and for a reason. Like, who cares about shogi? Like, no one. But
Bro, what?
sorry, bro, what? I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
So you trying to edge into English AnyTube here? You're like, bro, who cares about shogi? Everybody here
Yeah.
cares about shogi.
I'm sorry. You're right. Why did I make this video? Everyone knows the importance of shogi. Everyone. No. So I think that most people just, you know, kinda says, yeah, shogi is there. It helps the main character to connect with other people and stop there. Like, they do not go on about what shogi does to the series. So first of all, the whole anime centers on Ray, the main character, right? And he's of a perfect kinda no. He is a professional shogi player at the age of 17, I think, and he's living on his own. And we kinda go on about his life, right? And shogi is part of that life. And shogi really does a lot of things for Ray and for the show. First of all, how it sets up, the main character. Part of the main protagonist of this series is that he's a loner. He doesn't have that much friends, and he's kind of just a little bit fucking depressed. So that's part of it, and he doesn't have much friends. And you know, if you use any other sports like baseball or I don't know, basket or whatever, uh, you know, it's really hard to make a loner character that is a professional player of a team game. So just starting by that side, Shogi does set up the main protagonist really well. So that's like the basics. You have a pretty, depressed character without friends, and well, shogi is a game that you don't need to have friends to play with. That's the basic. But what I think is most important about shogi is that it puts it puts this depressed character, depressed quote marks, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, um into a competitive environment. And when you don't have that desire to go on, that depression gives you, um, it's really kind of hard to really try and win and be competitive on a professional level, right? Because you need drive, you need to study and work. So is this kind of, you know, um, space that the character is put in that is interesting, because it just pushes our main character into a place where he doesn't get the comfort that he wants to. That's basically it.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
So yeah,
so that's pretty long.
yeah, it is.
So give me the skinny. Give me the skinny. Give me the elevator pitch.
You have a depressed character playing a competitive game. That's the skinny.
Yes. But what
That's the
is
skinny.
the importance of shogi? And March comes in like a lion.
That shogi can be played alone, so it helps this kind of loner character. So, that plays a lot into the character. Also, it's a game that needs like precise thinking and a lot of time and a lot of will. As I said in the video, shogi games can go on for like 9 hours to, I don't know, like 2 days. I read that shogi games could go on for 2 days. So you need will, you need something that pushes you, you know, and that's something specific about shogi that contrasts with our main character and kind of pushes him into a different space, to a space where he needs to really try, or he will never be able to keep moving forward. So that's the importance of shogi.
So I guess how does that sort of like play off against like the other videos about Sangatsu no Lion in Annie 2?
So the other videos, just so to to summarize, there's these three sisters that really helps our main character, and most of the videos go on about how these three sisters helped our main character, the warmth, or how, I don't know, how they help him, how they lift him up from his misery, or about something more interesting like the food, how food goes on, and it's a really important part of the show, just because these three sisters are poor, and food is a really important thing, and they always have these family dinners, and they have this depressed kid and say, hey, come on, have food with us in family, and all of that. And most of the videos center on that part. The only thing that they say when they go on about shogi is that it just helps Ray to connect with other people. He just plays against other people, so he connects with them. But they kind of doesn't elaborate more.
Okay. Well, so I mean, were there anything in particular with regards to like those specific videos that you found like especially interesting?
Of course, shogi is not everything in Sangatsu, so they like, I already say that there was one video or two, I don't remember. I think it was by Kamimashita, that goes on about the importance of food in the series, and I really like that video. But most of the videos also focus on, more personal things, more their experience of watching the series, because it's a really heavy anime, in the sense that you have this depressed kid and you follow him in his coming of age, and he's stopping being depressed. So most of the videos go on about this really helped me, and cure my depression, and something like that. And there are so little videos. Kamimashita's videos is the one that I mentioned, that are more kind of analytical. We don't cite our sources because I don't. Wikipedia is the only thing I use to search how long shogi match lasts. So,
How long
but
does a shogi match last?
that's really everything I search for. So, but the most of the videos go on about the sentimental part about the show, and not kind of more like analytical, thesis, conclusion, everything, how an analytical video is usually made.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Kamimashita's video was good.
I've wondered. Have you seen like have you ever seen stuff have you ever considered like doing stuff like about like Hikaru no Go? Sort of like a
I
comparative analysis.
I don't know what Hikaru, what does that mean?
Oh, it's just the Go that Hikaru plays. Um,
Sorry.
I I
What
think
is a Hikaru Go?
it definitely has the artist of Death Note. I don't know if the author of Death Note is also there. Might be also the author of Death Note, but it's just about a kid who finds like a ghost, a spooky ghost, and he learns to like play Go. It's not as
Ah,
introspective.
okay. No, I get it. No, I get
Okay.
it. Comparison with another,
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
And
Another game. Yeah.
so the thing is, as you might have seen in my intro, and I don't know how to play actual play shogi because
Okay.
there's impossible to learn in Argentina. That's where I live. I wanted to get a shogi board, but I couldn't. So I don't know how hard can I compare, shogi as a game, as how the pieces move and all that with another game. What I found that's really interesting because the show also doesn't care about how the pieces move or something like that. But what I found interesting, or the thing that had importance, was everything that surrounded the game. So maybe I could have gone about the community of shogi and the go professional uh, community, maybe, but I don't know. I don't know that much other table games that are professional games besides chess.
Well, so I don't think it has to be like I don't think it has to be like, oh, what is shogi like here versus what is, I don't know, what is go like here. I don't think it has to be like an analysis of the board game on the basis of it as a board game, but perhaps maybe have you considered, or perhaps are you considering maybe like a sort of a comparative analysis of like how board games potentially how board games are like treated or used in anime with regards to like sort of like character actualization?
Well, there is not that much animes about board games, but
Well,
I could
there's the
have
Go that
used
Hikaru plays.
I could have used I could have used, I don't know, kakegurui, a poker, something like that. I guess, or kaishi. But I don't know
Yeah,
how I could
dude,
make.
I cannot
But
believe this man. He's like, there's not that many anime about board games, and he starts listing off games. He's like, look, there's Kaiji, there's Kakegurui. Yeah.
well. Okay. I get it. I'm sorry. There are a lot of animes about games. So the thing is, I only had a month,
Oh
so
yeah.
and there isn't that much videos talking about the importance of poker in kakegurui. So that wouldn't be something that could have been in this video. And I think most of the animes that centers up in a board game are really different to Sangatsu. Um, like I don't know. Is there any chess anime? Is I don't think it is, but
Oh well, there's Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion. They play chess.
my king,
You
the
know.
king move was amazing. I cried.
Yeah, he has to
No,
lead with the king, otherwise the soldiers will not move.
that that's amazing. That would be an amazing video. How Sangatsu compares to to Code Geass.
Code Geass. That would be an April
Uh,
Fool's video. You should do that as an April Fool's video. It's like
there's
Sangatsu no Lion, wastes time on these character introspections, the mode of artistry, drive, and play. Whereas Code Geass shows you how to win at chess.
Code Geass is this intricate game. You wouldn't understand it. He makes an illegal move, but it's also a form to show
Yes.
us the art of the war. And
Yes.
yeah,
They
no,
say it is
I
an
don't. I
illegal
don't think
move, but rules are made to be broken.
just like our main character has these gears that no
Yeah.
one else has.
No
No,
one else has.
no one, absolutely no one has a gears in Code Geass. No one else. Uh,
Spoilers.
no.
So other people do, but okay, and spoilers. Nobody else has.
Uh, so no, I don't think there are that many board games anime that use board games that really could compare, like outside of an April Fool video. But I mean, that would be fun, but I just don't have the time. I want to make good videos, okay? I'm not saying that will not be a good video, but
Well, you said my videos ideas are shit. What are you saying here?
maybe, who knows,
Okay.
But I have a question for you
Okay.
because have you watched Sangatsu no Lion?
No.
Okay, how do you manage to watch these videos? Like, do you not care about spoilers?
No, I don't care about spoilers.
Okay, that's a good thing. That's a good thing because that's one thing that I wanted to know because I don't know. It's like, does show watch every single anime? Like, I'm talking about Sangatsu. Does he know? Yeah, no. And other thing.
That's why all of my questions have been terrible.
Okay, okay. You should have.
I don't have too much
should
of a
have-
context for your video. I was like, yeah, okay. What about Hikaru no Go? The Go that Hikaru plays. Chess?
Chess. Do you play chess? That's a good question.
What about chess
Um,
anime? We getting the hockey anime? What about that one? You know.
A poker anime. That's
Yeah.
what we need. That's okay. That
So-
was one question. So, and other question that I had, I tried to make this video without the spoilers,
Mhm.
but it's impossible. I can't talk about videos without spoiling things. I just it's like I feel really limited. Do you feel the same? Or
Not really.
fuck. Then no, wait. Then why did you spoil?
But-
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Then why did you spoil Haruhi in the media mix?
Look, okay,
Hey,
I'll spoil things
good.
if I feel like I gotta spoil things, okay? I don't feel limited, okay?
Okay,
Um,
but yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
but I wanted to make a good video. I don't know if show watch this, so let's make this
Okay.
without spoilers, and I just can't. Do you have? I know you have. I don't know if this is secret, but do you have an anime list or something like that?
Well, I do have an anime list, but I haven't updated it in like 3 years.
Okay.
So it's very out of date.
Okay, gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. Yeah, I
so,
think
yeah.
I think that's that's kind of it, I guess.
So first of all, if anybody has any questions in the chat, please send them now. Please send them now for me to respond. You got any of them? So I guess one of the questions that I want to ask, right, is that like, okay, well, J-Shake just came out with the guns. How is shogi important to Shikamaru in Naruto?
Well, you see, you have this depressed now, because he's really smart, So
Okay.
smart people play shogi.
Okay. Shit, I don't play
Incredible.
shogi. Damn, I'm screwed.
That I did. You said it yourself. Okay, now, because
So-
if you want a character to feel smart, you just use chess or shogi. That's
Mhm.
it. That's Code Geass. I just made a video analysis about Code Geass. Smart people play chess. That's the analysis.
They also eat at Pizza Hut.
Oh, fucking hell! A whole episode doing pizza. Do you? Eating pizza maybe makes you a smarter person, or makes you genocide a lot of people. But I wouldn't get into that.
Okay, first of all, you're complaining about me spoiling Haruhi, and you're just like, oh, by the way, I'm just
I-
gonna casually
I-
throw out
I just said-
spoilers.
I didn't specify.
I'm talking about
I just
I'm
say
talking about Pizza
there's
Hut.
a
You're just
genocide,
like,
okay?
You're just like, oh, yep.
there's I didn't spoil anything. They don't know. There is a genocide in Code Geass. I didn't know. Okay.
Okay, so Will from Flying Eagle says, "Why are Latin Americans so into Dragon Ball?"
So in Latin America we didn't have internet. Okay, we didn't like in like almost okay now we have, but things get really late here. So we only had anime on TV, and the most popular thing on TV was Dragon Ball, and we didn't have the means to search for other stuff. So eh, we just grabbed the biggest shonen anime, Neketsu anime that was there,
Oh,
and
Nikitsu, hell
oh,
yeah.
Neketsu,
Yeah, hot
you know,
blooded.
academic.
No, God, what? No, it's on Japanese Wikipedia, dog.
And we just run with it. That's kind of it. Actually, Dragon Ball is the most popular anime in Argentina, just so people know. But yeah,
So there is a kind of a serious question here, which is, other than the focus on mainstream anime, what's the biggest difference within Spanish-speaking AniTube as compared to English?
quality. Eh,
Okay, which way? Which way is that going?
no,
Go on.
so
Are
there's
you gonna defend your countrymen?
no, I'm not. That's why I'm here. And no, starting by editing, there's like I can count on my hand the channels that does something that is not just clip selection. Like there, there's none. Just 3 or 4 people, and you have to stop at that. For example, that's one thing. And most of the well, no, he asks not the popular ones, but most people don't really care. To be honest, the ones that do care and talked about niche stuff and all of that, they just put a random anime pick and just talk over it. So it just, I just can't. So that's one thing. And I don't think there's any, maybe 1 or 2 channels that cites things. Of course, in this video I didn't say anything. Okay, in my last video I did, but I don't think anyone like any YouTuber has read. You don't have to read books to be smart. Look at me, I read books, but no
Oh, I
one
thought you were gonna
has.
say, "Look at me, I don't read books, but I'm smart as shit."
No, no.
And you're just like, okay.
No. I'm starting to read books. Okay, I just
Okay.
read my manifesto. That's enough. No. So yeah, there's and no one cites anything. No one. There's just talking and about anime that they like, and that's it. Which is not bad. Like I wouldn't say they are bad. They are doing what they like. Just
But it's
like me.
just like a
But
very different like environment.
yeah, there's not much people that do the same thing that I do.
Okay.
That's kinda it.
Okay, so I guess the last question, right, is from Rich Study Swords. You have plus 5K subs on your Spanish language channel. Where does that situate you in the Spanish AniTube community?
Okay, so you have to think. Would, for example, I'm going to say something controversial.
Oh shit, damn
The
hell
word,
yeah.
okay, that word that I can't, say because I suck at English. Uh,
This is a
would
charity
you?
stream, guys.
No. Like, would you consider like bloggers that talk about anime and YouTubers? Because if you do, my channel is really small. Like I'm not gonna drop any names, but
Wait, so you say
if you
vloggers?
like bloggers, like people that just say this is my manga collection, and
Oh
that
yeah,
or
vloggers. Okay.
bloggers. The word. Sorry, I suck at English. Okay, I'm trying, but
I thought you said
uh,
bloggers. I was just like, I was like, wait, bloggers, right?
okay.
Okay.
So, if you consider them part of Anitube, my
Okay.
channel is really small.
Okay.
If if you don't, then I'm kind of okay. For people that does analytic videos, then they do not get more than 10k, 20k subs for except two channels,
Okay.
but only two, and the rest are like at those numbers.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's all the time we
Okay.
got.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Hermie, for submitting.
Okay. One
coming
thing.
in.
One last
Yeah.
thing. Please, do more of your editing manga videos. Okay, just that. I need them. I need them. Okay.
It's
Just
okay.
that.
I'm planning on making like a 5-hour stream where I'm just gonna do like everything.
Yes.
Um,
Give it to me. I want to steal your. I mean, take inspiration.
um,
Okay, that's it.
but yeah. So yeah, thank you very much, Hermie, for your submission, your time, and some interesting insight into the Spanish YouTube side. Do you want me to add you to the raffle?
Can you ship something to Argentina?
I mean, I can try.
No, it's okay. Don't do it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, no
Well,
worries.
good luck.
Yep.
See ya.
Yep. Okay, so that was Urmi Anime with the importance of shogi in March Comes In Like a Lion. And so the next one that we have on the docket here is Steve World. So we're going to be taking a look here at Steve Sekai with why your isekai comedy isn't funny. Isekai. So let's bring the Steve man in here. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Hello.
Hello. So this is your second year.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 years in a row. I feel like I should lead off with some honesty. This has nothing. This is just you happen to do this on a Friday, and that's what we like to call on my side of the business Drinksakai. So may have may not
World?
be absolutely similar. Yeah,
Okay.
Drink World. So it may not be the most clear-headed, but I will try my absolute hardest to.
Okay. So.
But
okay,
yes.
So give me a second here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me change something. All right, cool. I think I think that more accurately reflects the guest I have. Okay. So, all right. So, Steve.
Yes.
I'm going to be upfront here.
Please do be.
I watched a bit of the video because I was just like, oh, I already read the script.
That's fair. Yeah. No, I get it.
So, because I saw the 35-minute thing and I was like, okay, I already read the script.
You're fine. I get it.
You know.
That's fair because as we talked about last year, I said like I am way more of a writer than I am an editor. So that's probably the best way to have experienced the content.
All right, so okay, so why your isekai comedy isn't funny?
Yes.
So, give me the skinny. Let's go.
All right. So, as you know, I moved this month. So I was trying really hard to think of something to do. And I won't say that this is a video I've wanted to make for a long time, but the moment I thought of the idea, I thought, why have I not wanted to make this video for a long time? It's something that I often end up thinking about because I love watching garbage anime and I love writing. And I've talked about comedy writing before. I've talked about writing, like one of the sources I cite is admittedly my own video, but it's about Konosuba and like how that
You
works.
cite yourself?
I did. I'm sorry, I did. But in the instance, it makes sense because I talk about writing the writing in Konosuba as a unapologetic comedy. That's the genre. Like Seinfeld, It's Always Sunny, and what's the other one? Curb Your Enthusiasm, and how it relates to those three. And in this instance, I'm using it as the positive example of isekai instead of comedy. So it's like, here's how you do a parody as opposed to just a straight up sitcom.
Okay.
And so that's why I cited myself. I was saying, like, this is what I talked about before, and this is how I'm using it now. And here's the difference between the two. And so here, it's much more about breaking down how a parody is supposed to work and problems with, as you know, OP anime, like writing an OP character in a comedy and why there's trouble, like why it's really hard to do that, etc. And just kind of breaking down the pitfalls that a lot of quote-unquote isekai comedies fall into when they're trying to parody but end up just being the stereotypical isekai, but with one or two quote-unquote jokes thrown in that end up kind of falling flat because it's just the same as isekai plus one thing, only the one thing is meant to be comedic.
Okay.
Instead of being a slime, it's he has a phone, and then that's the joke for the whole show, and it becomes boring almost immediately.
So, I guess my question here, right?
Yeah.
Is I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked Bennett the Sage, which is, what if this comedy was subcultural?
Mm-hmm. Well, then I suppose if it hits that audience the way it's supposed to, then it succeeds in being subcultural. But I think being subcultural is not an excuse for not hitting your main genre. To be subcultural, you still have to hit the main culture and then the subculture, is what I would argue.
Okay.
So you take something like Isekai Smartphone, it has to be funny as a comedy as well as an isekai. And I don't think it succeeds on either front. I think it takes one joke. Same with Do You Love Your Mom and Her Two-Hit Multi-Target Attacks. One of the first things I ever talked about on the channel, I was like, it just takes this one joke and thinks it's funny enough to carry it the rest of the way alongside whatever ecchi elements. But it becomes really quickly like, we get it. It's his mom. There's no subculture it can hit that can... I still love it as a guilty pleasure in terms of just... I like older women in anime. I'm drunk enough to admit that. So, like, I still like her as a character.
What do you mean? I'm drunk enough to admit that. What's wrong? What's wrong with admitting that?
I'm sober enough to admit.
You could be sober.
I love
older women, dude. You're just like when you're like, no.
I love
older
women.
Shit faced. I can be comfortable.
That's actually not a secret on my channel at all. I love older women. I love them.
You know, Bob Samurai, MILF Hunter, man, admits it sober.
Go.
You can too, buddy.
I love her, but I still think the show does not succeed as a comedy because it falls apart in terms of holding any joke long enough. It doesn't present itself in enough comedic situations to make that joke last.
Okay.
You take Konosuba, and there's more than one joke, but there's still, you could pinpoint, you could say it's mostly like 4 jokes because there are 4 main characters. Kazuma is a shitbag and he's not very powerful. Aqua is stupid, but she's really powerful. Megumin can only cast 1 spell, and Darkness is a pervert. That's you could pretty much say those are the 4 main jokes of the show, but it cycles through those and uses those in unique enough ways in different situations that it always feels fresh. Whereas an Isekai Smartphone or Cautious Hero or MILF Sakai, as I like to call it, those all only just rely on that one joke over and over and over, and it just simply stops being funny because you know what the punchline is going to be before the joke has even started.
Okay. So so I guess the question here is that like so you're coming in here with like this idea of like a specific idea of like comedy, right? Or a specific approach to comedy. So I guess so when we're talking about like the literature review, right? Like what is the sort of approach to sort of comedy in AniTube right now?
That's, I think, the interesting part. I don't think I've seen many people. I mean, I like to try and talk about things that I don't see people talk about a lot. And this is something I don't see people talk about a lot, is specifically comedy writing. You know, they just kind of say whether or not something is funny, or I can't remember. I think it's like, I want to say pedantic romantic. I might be wrong. I might be wrong on this, but you know, somebody has a video about like why Konosuba's animation is still valid and why that works as comedy. Like it's intended to be comedic animation as opposed to, you know, the super smooth Sakuga, whatever it is.
That sounds like a Mother's Basement video.
Was it?
It sounds like something Jeff would make.
It might have been, or he might have referenced. It was either him or it was. You might be right. But it's that kind of thing.
It's a minor point.
Yeah. It's that kind of thing where people don't tend to. I don't see a lot of specific conversation around comedy as a concept as much as it's just whether or not the person finds it funny.
Okay.
They don't really break down what makes a joke work, what defines each genre of comedy, and how whether or not a show falls into that genre of comedy based on how it structures its own jokes. Did I answer the question there, or should I try and keep going?
No, I think you did. Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess the question that I would have to that, right, is that like how did you have any concerns about like potentially reconciling like sort of like I guess would be a sort of causality loop potentially, where it's like well, maybe you don't find this particular thing funny, and then you start sort of using your own framework of reasoning as to why you don't find it funny, and then that sort of cycles back and kind of like re-legitimizes why you might not find something funny. Because like, for example, right, an example that would come to mind for me is that like if I'm watching something like Rakugo, right, like I don't particularly find Rakugo that funny.
Yeah.
But instead of being like, okay, well, I know why it's not fun, it's because it doesn't, follow like the big dick crack comedic formula. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It might just be all like, okay, well maybe this kind of humor just isn't something that I'm looking for, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like the same reason as way like in how can I describe it? It's kind of like the reason as in like I might not find like a comedy AniTuber. I might not find like a comedy AniTuber video funny, even though
Mhm.
in terms of like when we're talking about like pure structure of joke writing and whatnot, they might be hitting on all the great points, right? But I might find like, I might find Cumtown hilarious because they said like the gay joke. They might be like, yeah, I'm having gay sex with my dad for like the 20th time in one episode. I'm just like, damn, this is hilarious.
Yeah.
So I guess so what I'm saying here is that this is not like a counter argument against your like findings, right? But it's more so like, were you ever concerned about like the sort of potential epistemological limits of your findings?
Yes. I think I would like to quickly say somebody I think said Canapa Effect in chat, and I think they're right. I think it was actually Canapa Effect who made that Konosuba video.
Okay.
About the animation, but otherwise, yes. I am very pro subjective opinion. I tried to say that at the beginning, at the end. Like, if you like these shows, like, more power to you. I don't want to steal your fun from you. That's not my intention ever. I just think that, as I say, there are rules to comedy of all types. And while comedy can break these rules, that is not to say that just because something can break the rules does not mean that there are no rules. And so I try and point out, like, the argument I try to make is you can still find jokes in these shows funny. I say that I chuckled during every show that I mentioned, except maybe one, or two. Like, I say there is something funny in all of these.
Oh, go
But
on.
as
Name
an
the show.
isekai comedy, this is why they do not work. They do not work just because they have a funny joke in them does not mean that on a genre level of a parody of this genre, it does what it's supposed to. So, for example, I say, I think the big thing I use for parody's sake is, I think we even talked about it, is subversion in a general anime versus what I say it means in a comedy. Whereas most reviewers of anime, of movies, whatever, they use subversion very loosely. They say you can basically take one or two things and change it, and that's a subversion because you are analyzing it from a different trait. Whereas how I'm trying to use it in this video, in this script, is subversion in comedy has to be almost a near 180 on the concept. It has to either challenge every aspect or present you the same tropes in a way that you do not usually see, to paint it as a totally new experience. Konosuba shows you the same reincarnation scene that almost every anime goes through, but they then take every aspect of it and flip it on its head to subvert your expectations of what had happened. Or the example of my own work that I use in the video, it takes the same scene and then strips it away. You never see it. You are only hearing about it secondhand in like the most embarrassing, cringy way. Like, you are in the place of this character who does not remember it, and he's going, "Oh God, what the fuck did I do?" Like, it's this subversion because you're not seeing the scene. You are only hearing about it in this way that paints it to be such an embarrassing moment for this character. And you can only imagine what must have gone down. And that's what, in turn, turns it into a punchline.
So that makes me wonder. So now I've got another question for you, shit-faced Sekai.
Yes.
um, um, are these isekai that you're saying that might not be particularly good, like parody comedy isekai?
Mm-hmm.
How can we be sure that they are actually parody? And so what I mean by this is that, like, when you look at, like, say, like a comedic game show, it
Yeah.
doesn't lean on any parody comedy, right? It just leans on slapstick.
Yeah.
And kind of weird sort of classist comedy. But it leans like mainly on slapstick, right? So I guess so did you have concerns that maybe like you might have been like attributing elements of parody comedy to like shows that might not be interested, or I mean I'm sure they might be on some level, but that might be like a little bit up in the air as to whether they're actually interested in being like meaningful parody?
I did think about that. I would say yes. I intentionally looked for and chose shows that I felt were very intentionally trying to be as such. I said in the beginning, I am not saying any isekai that attempts to have comedy in it. You know, I was talking to some friends about it, and they said like, "Oh, what's that newer one? Mushoku Tensei."
Sword Art Online. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Sword Art Online. They were saying, like, one of them was saying Mushoku Tensei is pretty funny. It has jokes in it, and I said, yes, but it's not trying to poke fun at isekai as a comedy. I think when you watch a show like Do You Love Your Mom or Two Hit Multi-Target Attacks, Cautious Hero, or Isekai Smartphone, it is pretty obvious that the intended joke in those shows is supposed to be, this is the isekai you know, but this time his mom's there, or this time he has a smartphone. And that's meant to be the core comedic punchline. It is the show it is the genre you know, but this time, and that's the joke. And I think so. I tried very intentionally to pick shows that fell into that point of very clearly being like, this is meant to be poking fun at this genre.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So one of the things that is that about this research is that, like, I keep saying research, it's like a YouTube video. One of the things about this research is that it seems to be largely focused on, like, parody isekai. So you got like this very specific you have this very specific cluster of cases. Is there do you find that this could be this can extend to like parody comedy outside of the isekai sphere, or is there something about isekai specifically that you find particularly valuable or appropriate for this kind of analysis?
I think a lot of what I say can stretch to parody as a whole. I mean, God knows there's a lot of bad parodies out there. There are tons of bad parody movies out there. But why I chose isekai specifically is in this realm, especially recently, we've seen a lot of attempts at being comedic in this specific sphere that have fallen flat or fallen by the wayside due to one very specific, almost victor in this genre. Like, Konosuba has stood this test of time over all these years, and many other comedies have come and gone with pretty much no fanfare, no acknowledgement, because it cannot match up to. And I don't think we see that in many other genres of this type. There are many comedic sci-fi parodies. There are many, a good example is actually spy films, right? There's Austin Powers. Almost everybody knows Austin Powers. And there are other comedic spy movies, but nobody remembers any of them because Austin Powers became so ubiquitous for doing it so right. So I think this mentality does fall into other genres, but in terms of anime, this one genre recently has been a glowing example of why is it that nobody seems to get it as exactly, maybe not right, but as close to as right as something like Konosuba has.
Maybe they don't have the power of floppy anime, titty animation, dude.
Maybe.
You ever thought of that?
You know,
maybe that's the missing link.
Konosuba
I don't know.
I watched
floppy anime titty
Milsekai.
power.
It got some floppy titties.
Floppy titty.
And
you add floppy titty into Okaza Online. You're like, damn, this is hilarious now.
Yeah, it's I look. I love Okasan online. I love it. I should not. I do. I say in the video, God, I still want like a Mamako figure. I adore it, but they're like, I'm also seeing chat, and I'm like trying to reconcile a lot of it at the same time, because this is something I think I've always known is very hard to argue, and I'm seeing chat, and I'm knowing that this has always been an uphill battle, and I've had lots of arguments about this in calls about many other different genres of comedy, where I've tried to argue, because this is something I am passionate about and that I have talked a lot about with people who have also studied comedy, like for their college degree, like they took classes on how to write a sitcom, and like this is something that I think a lot about. And I know it is hard to tell people that there are kind of set rules to this, and there are structures, because comedy feels like something that should never have a structure.
Okay, Steve, you just got to remember, okay, just ignore the chat, all right? Ignore the chat. Focus on our conversation, okay? Focus on the floppy anime titty.
Okay. Very easy for me.
So we got to get to the next section. So if anybody in the chat has any questions for Steve, ask him now, and I'll get to him. So in the meantime, what was the most difficult part of what was the most difficult part did you find with regards to like this whole video making process?
Cheating answer, editing. As I said, I moved during this. I didn't have an idea until about 1 week into. So my original idea was about what's it called? Oh, I'm giving chat time to answer. That's why I'm stalling clearly. Outbreak Company, right? Okay. I thought about Outbreak Company, and I thought about Cool Japan and that kind of thing, and I thought about using one of your videos as a source. And I knew of like one other one, and then I just could not find a third video on it. I legitimately could not find a genuinely good third video on it that wasn't just, hey, company, it's a video, it's just a show about, like, there was nothing that I could find. And so it hit me, and then I like had about 1 to 2 weeks to try and figure out how to make a coherent argument. And then if anybody watches the video, the sound is garbage, the framing is garbage. I am proud of how I wrote the video. I am not proud of how the video looks, because I legitimately like had hours to film it. I had like 2 hours to film it, and then by the time I was finished with family stuff for Thanksgiving and all that, after I had packed up everything and moved, I had 3 days to try and edit it as fast as I could. An hour and 45 minutes of like raw footage down to 35. And I am not a good editor. I'm not a fast editor. I'm not saying like somebody couldn't do way better in the time that I had. I'm just bad at editing. And I said that last year too. So it was trying to get it all into one finished product, especially with, I also had to wait on Jack is Boy to send me his recording for the segments of my story that I use in the video, and trying to find the right takes and all that. So it was legitimately just moving and trying to get it all done in time. But
so you do have one question that I think is pertinent to this whole discussion, which is, are you hyped for the Eminence in Shadow?
Yes. In that, I have heard it is really funny. I legitimately have a tab open on my computer to remind me to read it and watch it.
Okay.
I have not,
Because I strongly
seen it yet.
recommend. So if you're gonna talk about
Yeah.
like parody isekai that like work, I strongly recommend reading Eminence in the Shadow.
Yes.
It's
And
very,
that is
very
another
good.
point I make. Is in the video I say there are probably incredible comedy isekai stories out there. We talked about it in DMs after you read it. There are probably some incredible light novels and web novels out there that absolutely follow every one of my points. And but you have to in this online world, you have to take what most people have seen as the quote unquote prime examples, whether or not that's true. And so you have to take anime as that prime example because that is what most people have seen. And once the Eminence and Shadow anime airs, then we'll have 2 or 3 depending on like how you want to count it. And I am excited for that. I genuinely am. I do want to read it. But in terms of making this video, I had to take what most people were most likely to see and argue for that.
Yeah, as they say, you laugh in the game, you laugh in real life.
Yeah.
So, I guess we got time for one more. Okay. I guess the last one. Okay, so this is a more serious question. How do you reconcile that anime do not share the structure of sitcoms?
So that's actually the point I make in my own video that I reference. Because I know. People reference their own work sometimes. It's fine. But as I was saying earlier, not a lot of people talk about comedy as structure.
Okay.
In writing and in anime, and I do talk about how Konosuba, and again, this isn't to like pedestalize. Somebody said it early, pedestalize Konosuba, but it uses that structure to great success. It takes this sitcom style and uses it to great success in the anime world because not many anime copy American sitcoms, and that's why it feels so fresh to America. We watch Konosuba and we see a sitcom style in a comedy, and that feels very different for anime, as opposed to like harem anime or classical, Japanese comedy anime that feels funny, but you're not usually like laughing out loud because it's not your cultural comedy. And that's what I argue in that video versus in this one, it is more about the idea of parody. So I think sitcom as comedy is very different, and I know that these are not intending to be sitcoms. One of the works I reference, I'm trying to talk as fast as I can. I know I have like 1 minute. One of the works I reference is a book. I do reference one book. It is called "Do You Love Your Elf Bride?" or not? Do you? The hero and his elf bride open a pizza parlor in another world. It's one of the first things I ever reviewed.
I read that. That was the first.
Yeah,
that was the first light novel I read in Japanese.
I'm sorry for you.
I don't know. It wasn't that bad. Dude loves pizza. He really loves pizza.
I hate it so much.
Everybody loves pizza.
I took more notes on that book than I did any reading in my college career. Like, I legitimately, that specifically in the author's note says, I was trying to take a sitcom style of like short stories, like episodes. And I think it fails on that front because in a book, it ends up being an incoherent mess of things are just happening, and it could make sense in a visual sense, scene to scene, but in a book, it flops because people are just suddenly in the room that were never established to be there, or, the story has no real through line, and it confuses you as a book. So I'm glad the sitcom question came up because that was like, that one specifically says I tried to be a sitcom and it does not work in my opinion.
Gotcha. Well, so we were at 10:30. So
yes.
So I can't I can't risk pissing off Puff the pirate. He's a pirate.
Yes.
He could
Go
kill
on.
me. Do you want me to add you
I
to a
believe it.
raffle?
I don't know what it's for. I'll admit I was streaming and
You-
drinking, so sure.
You know, it's a mug that I made myself.
Yes, I'd love to be in a raffle for that. That's cool.
Yeah. So,
Thank you.
all right. So,
Okay.
remember, it's a raffle, so it's a roll.
Yes, I
you
know,
may not
I
get
know.
it. Okay.
That's fine.
I don't know how cogent you are right now, because how shit-faced you are right now, Steve.
I'm
know?
not that shit faced. I
You
promise.
know,
I'm pretty
I
coherent
roll
when I'm
somebody
drunk.
else. I send the mug to somebody else. You're just like, Joe, where the fuck is my mug?
What the hell's
Son of
my
a bitch.
pug? What the hell? Yeah, no.
I made this
I'm
comedy
fine.
East
I'll remember.
Kaiser. You promised me a goddamn mug. And you're just like, God damn, Steve, it's 10 in the morning. You still shit-faced, dog? You're just like, what's it to you?
Yes. Thank you so
right.
much for having me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for submitting.
Yes.
Yep.
Have fun. I'll leave you so you don't have to awkwardly kick me. Bye bye.
Yep. All right, so yeah, that was Steve Sakai. That was Steve Sakai with Why Your Isekai Comedy Isn't Funny. Isekai'd. Okay, so the next one we're looking at here is sorry. Next one here is How the Time Skip Destroys Discussion. One Piece. Hell yes. So let me bring in the Puff Man. Puff P. Diddy. Do. Oh my god, I'm very terrible at typing this out. Just got it. Hello? Get into. Okay, I'm waiting for Puff the Pirate to get into the voice chat. Yeah, I'm just waiting. Puff the Pirate. Get into general chat, bro. So how's everybody doing? Everybody doing cool? Everybody having a nice chill day? Relaxing, maxing, chillaxing, all cool. Throwing some b-ball out by the school. Okay. Yes. Okay. And hello.
Hello, Mike. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Okay. So. All right. So, Puff the Pirate. So, how did you become a pirate, bro?
I read One Piece and then I started reading manga illegally online.
Whoa. Damn, I cannot. I have a hardened criminal in this stream? That's crazy. Yeah, so this one is How the Time Skip Destroys Discussion, One Piece. Now, I don't know a lot about One Piece. So what is the pre and post time skip discussion?
Basically, it's old thing good, new thing bad. In a nutshell.
Okay. Is there anything more specific to that?
Well, yeah, of course, that's why I made a video about it, right? So it comes down to a few things. One thing that I talk about is like it's a lot about the quality in a lot of different ways. Some people talk about the artwork, or some people talk about the characters, or some people talk about yeah, people just dissatisfaction with how the second half turns out. And if they didn't like it, of course, but when they start like talking about like why they didn't like it, and they start talking about like how it's changed and like when exactly it changed, because like the thing is that there has been a lot of different changes. It's a very long manga, but it's very long. We're over 1,000 chapters now, but people treat the like chapters 598 to 600 like that's where the time skip happened, and that's where people think like, oh, this is where everything changed. Where like anytime when I look at the points they make, well, but no, but you can see this thing changed here, or this thing changed 200 chapters down that way, or 300 chapters before here, and it just leads to a lot of silly discussions, I think.
So I don't know a lot about like the One Piece discussion community. Is this mentality like kind of endemic to it, or is it like a vocal minority?
Okay, like if you look up One Piece, half the videos will have pre-time skip or post-time skip on it. Like you'll see like top 5 arcs, post-time skip,
Post-time skip.
top 5 arcs, pre-time skip. Like it's like, yeah, okay, like it's not like that's a bad way to structure a video, but like I know what it's about.
So where did this come from? Where does this pre-post time skip duality like come from? Who started it?
I have no idea. Like if I had to guess, it'd probably be somewhere in like Arlong Park forums. Like Arlong Park was this old site where like people would gather to discuss One Piece like early on. Like I was not a fan during that time, but I know like that site was prevalent until like 2015, I believe.
Oh,
I don't know.
okay.
I might just be talking out of my ass.
Okay.
Like there, it's mostly just like anonymous faces or usernames that nothing really, no big voices. I don't think.
Okay. This is a really interesting piece of I think this is a really interesting video because like
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, no, I mean it because I say it a lot, right? I say it's like, yeah, this is interesting a lot, and I'm looking at like a plastic fire truck or something. It's like, damn, this is interesting. But no, this is a really interesting piece of this is a really interesting video because this is kind of like a different beast than a lot of the other videos because this is not like this is not like a meta reflection of like a piece of work, but it's like a meta reflection of the meta of a piece of work, because
yeah, it's a lot more about a discussion than a discussion about the series, I think.
Yeah, it's like it's a piece of like it's really really interesting because it's like a piece of cultural anthropology, it's like this is like a debate that is happening subculturally, and this is why I think it's bullshit. It's just like that's what I'm getting because a lot of like the other, when we're talking about like literature reviews, a lot of it has been the sort of just like, okay, these are the things that have been discussed about this work so far, and this is what I think this work is providing. But you go into this very different direction, which is that like these are the things that have been discussed about this work. Let me talk about the actual discussion itself as like a thing to be like picked apart. And so I guess the question here, right, is that like since that a lot of them do have this like pre-post time skip kind of distinction, I guess what are so it's very clear that you see that like this is not a very useful or helpful or clear or even consistent metric upon which to understand some of these discussions. So you say it destroys discussion. So what are some of the consequences of that? Like how does it destroy discussion?
Long comment threads about nothing. No, I'm serious. Like you'll have like something like oh, I like Nami better pre-time skip when she had small boobs, but then like wait, but
What?
when you look at Skypiea chapter 300, uh, yeah, I actually went into that in the video, I think where I
Yeah,
actually like had this big collage like okay, here's chapter 100, 200. Small boob Nami died, chapter 200, bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh man. Yeah, it's
But like I'd say it's a lot more about sorry, did I cut out for a second?
no. Go on.
Okay, I'd say it's a lot more about like the quality when people talk about like, oh, you know, it hits different back then, and like that's kind of what the Dritz video was about. One of the ones I picked were just like 6 hours long, and at first I wasn't
Yeah,
really
oh my
interested
god,
in
6
watching.
hours, bro.
Yeah, at first I wasn't interested in watching because like I saw the title and I was like, oh yeah, okay, this is like I think I know most of the points I'm gonna make. I've been in this fan base a long time. And then like I didn't plan on touching it until I saw like screen caps of weird things. And like, if I start discussing this, I'm going to sound like a weirdo cuz I'm the only one here who probably knows a whole lot about One Piece. So like I'm like, okay, so now I got to check this out. And I'm like, okay, I got bored. I just skimmed through it. And then I saw this your NOVID video and it's like do a literature review. And I'm like, "Oh, a literature review." And I have 6 hours with the material right here. I just couldn't help myself. So like I'll listen to all the reasons why someone might not like post timescale, why they think it's different, and like yeah, I'll just make a big long list and go down it. Although I didn't get to do all the talking points I wanted, I was afraid I'd talk too much. Like there's
Okay.
two things that I want to talk about, but I cut out.
Mm-hmm.
It was about the length of the individual story arcs
Okay.
and this power called hockey that some of the characters start to possess, and it is something that happened post time skip. And so for the arcs, and so for the long arcs thing, see, people are like, oh, but post time skip arcs are so incredibly long. I mean, you have one of them that went over 100 chapters. Like, whoa! But then like, okay, but like you look at Water 7 and Ennie's Lobby, like yeah, people will. This is another dumb argument, like about how people can join arcs or how some people do it by sagas, whatever. I probably sound like a crazy person. But basically, like there's these two arcs, Water 7 and Ennie's Lobby, and it's the same story arc, just two different locations basically, and then people split them into arcs, but together it's like the longest, story through line in the whole series easily. At least until recent. I think the latest one, Wano, has surpassed it now.
Okay.
They're both around like 130 chapters, I think.
Okay. So I guess one of the questions that I have, right, which is that I might have missed it in detail, but like what is the time skip? Like why is it called pre-time skip, post-time skip? What is the time skip referring to?
Oh, basically around chapter 598 it's like, "Oh, hey, Luffy, main character, you're not very strong. So we're going to spend 2 years, we're going to build up your muscles, you're going to be a real tough boy, and then you'll get to go to the new world, the second half of the Grand Line, which is like where, all the big stuff's happening." So it's
Okay.
like, and it also happens with the crew getting split up through shenanigans. So it's like, okay, everyone's gonna spend 2 years apart, do their thing, and then we'll come back together when we're ready, and we'll take on the new challenge.
Okay. So it's like I guess you're familiar with Bleach?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like the Fulbring like gap.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, except
Okay.
yeah, that's a pretty good comparison.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think I understand. Okay. Um. This is really fascinating. I don't really have much in terms of like questions or anything like because like it's all really fascinating. It's just like it's like this piece of One Piece community discussion that I just did not know about. This whole like very subcultural thing. Um. So do you see a sort of like trajectory on this like sort of pre or post time skip? Like are there more is this kind of like mentality about it like dying out or is it growing?
Well, I'd say it's dying out. Like, I know there's one big YouTuber named Mr. Morge, um, and like he's gone like he's building like a YouTube empire now. Like he's gone pretty big recently, and he's like generally pretty favorable towards it. So I've heard a lot of people like reassessing it. I know he made this one video. I probably should have talked about it, but he said, one thing that's missing from a pre versus post time skip discussion is that pre time skip is over. Like it had its climax, like which was the Marineford War, whereas post time skip still sort of building up to what's going to be the end of the whole series and the end of the second half. So it seems that people listening to him, like it seems like people are being more charitable to the second half now.
Okay. Okay. Is this specifically like confined to like issues of storytelling? Because I know there was a section in the video you were talking about like panel layout and panel density.
Oh yeah, that part.
So what is so like what are some of like what are the I guess the like the quote unquote observations that like the pre post time skip guys are like saying?
Well, basically, it comes down to pre time skip looks better and it's less cluttered.
Okay.
And I have this collage, like I brought it on, like I forget at what point in the video it's at, what the number is, but it's this collage. I didn't make it. Someone else made it. And it's just an image that goes around whenever someone brings this up, and it'll be and one side it's like a bunch of pre time skip threads that are deliberately cherry picked to be like cluttered ones, and then like on one side it's post time skip and they're cherry picked to be some of the bigger double page spreads that are just crisp and clean. And it's like, you can always cherry pick examples from one side or the other to make it look bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yeah, no idea who made it.
So for the people in the chat there, this is a good time to let the people in the chat know if you got any questions with regards to the pre-post time skip kind of thing. Please leave it, and then I will read them out. So I guess so one of the questions I've got is if you had more time to work on this, right? What would you have done differently, or was there something you wish that you had more time to work on?
Well, there was one thing, and two things that bother me really. The first one is the visuals. I was pulling footage from a lot of different videos, and I actually got a comment about this and saying like the video quality is like really inconsistent. And sometimes you'll be like 480p and then it'll drop to 280 for the next cut, and then and like part of it, I don't want to. I'm gonna sound horrible for saying this, but I blame Dritz because like his video is like 6 hours long, and I did use some of his footage. And another thing I don't like about the videos that is a part of like that video is that sometimes like he'll stretch out a page to like just fit the aspect ratio of the screen.
Oh, everybody's got like wide faces.
Yeah, and then and to me that's sacrilege. I'm like, no, a talented man across the seas poured his heart and soul out on that page. You can't just stretch it out. And then now it's in my video.
Everybody looks like they're from Hidamaru's sketch.
Yeah, and now that's in my video forever now. And I'm like, I should have probably swapped some of the visuals out and maybe kept the audio, try and just keep it more consistent across the board. And then the second thing was, there were two other things I want to talk about. like, the length was something just like squeezed a little tidbit at the end. I probably could have made a whole section about that if I want to.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this one about hockey, like an ability people start developing, post time skip.
Okay.
And like the thing is, I left it out because I knew I wanted to talk about like misconceptions about how it's changed, but like everyone agrees, like, yeah, this is something that was introduced like here, and started to become prominent post time skip.
Okay.
But like there was one thing I want to talk about that I've never seen anyone talk about hockey before, and it's how like it sort of people always talk about like, oh, it makes the action more boring because like everyone has the same power, but like, like to me it makes no difference because its primary function is just to make you hit harder, basically. So like to me, like that's really no different than how it was pre-time skip. But like one thing that I will admit is that sort of homogenizes like the visuals a bit because it's signified by like this strong inking done on characters, like just fill them out with like black, like, yo, here's my sword, and now it's turned this long strong inky black. And so now a lot of characters have something like that, and it is spun in different ways now and then, but like it does sort of homogenize the look of some of the attacks, and like that's something I've never seen anyone say. So, and I thought maybe I could find a place to talk about that because there was a section about artwork. Maybe I could have done something in there.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could have expanded to your own 6-hour counter video.
Yeah. I could get that done in a month, easy.
Yeah, just coming with a plan.
Just leave the mic on for 6 hours, and I'll just scream into it.
Yeah, just scream. Yeah, just scream into the mic for 6 hours. Easy, done. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just drink some water beforehand. You're good to go.
Yeah, maybe bring a bottle in with me and just take a break every now and then.
Oh hell yes, of course. Yeah, huh. So in the pre-post time skip stuff, like in that specific community, is there a particular argument or like is there a claim that they've made that you've seen before that you're just like, huh, that is interesting, or huh, I hadn't thought of that?
Well, the thing is, I've known about these videos for a long time, like, and about a lot of these points for a long time, just because I've been in the community for a long time. So like most of these points weren't new to me at all. Like, of course, the Dritz one, like that was 6 hours long, but like, not all of his video was about like the pre versus post time skip or stuff like that. So, like anything that pertained to that, I feel like it was stuff I mostly heard before.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Well, I don't really have much else to say. Yeah, no, I just thought it was really interesting, and nobody's asking any questions in the chat.
I'm the only One Piece fan here, aren't I?
I don't know. I think Try's in the comment section. I think he's seen One Piece. I don't know I don't even know if he knows as much about this pre-post time skip thing as you do. I think he's just a guy who watches One Piece.
Oh, watches. Jeez.
Oh, interesting.
Not reads.
Fire starting. causing discord. Yeah. So, yeah, that is pretty much it. Thank you very much for this really interesting video on the One Piece community.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Do you want me to put your name in the raffle?
Yes, definitely.
All right.
I am a sucker for like sorry, I gotta talk to my brother for a second. Can you keep it down? Thank you. Yeah, I'm a sucker for like weeb merch that doesn't look like weeb merch.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's my specialty. All right. Well, okay. So I guess Study Source has one question, which is pirates or ninjas.
pirates easily.
Damn, what a surprise.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pirate. Puff. Appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy your night.
Thank you.
Okay. So, yep, that was Puff the Pirate on how the time skip destroys discussion on One Piece. So, next one. So the next one coming up here is a certain talking raccoon man. No, it's it's not Zizek. So let's get ready on that. So next one here is Shabes. So the next one here is Shabes on why Slam Dunk was canceled. Okay, here we go. Hello.
Hey, it's Shapes.
Whoa.
How's it going, dude?
Not too bad. It is currently it's the 4th hour, so 2 more, I think.
Congrats on making it through all this.
Yeah, it's I'm funny story. If I'm still awake at 3 a.m., I'll have been up for 24 hours.
Very epic.
Yeah. The beauties of working in medical administration.
They're very nice.
Yes. Okay, so this one here is why Slam Dunk was canceled, and no, not by Toei.
Yeah. Not direct, not specifically.
Okay, so all right. Okay, Ships, give me the skinny. What's going on?
Well, it's not like a typical anime cancel, like, oh, it just kind of ran out of material and they just decided to stop it, whatever. Like, and Slam Dunk's such a high profile series, not necessarily in the English speaking world for whatever reason. And that was actually a subject I wanted to cover in this video, but I decided not to because it was a little more amorphous and didn't have as much to it, I don't think. But like, it's not very popular here, but it is literally the highest grossing, the most volumes sold of a sports manga, period. So it's a really big deal. And the anime is actually really well liked and was well rated and stuff. And I think a lot of people the thing I knew about it before going into it was that it doesn't adapt the whole story. It misses the last 2-ish games. So it was, and it's a shame because the last game is literally the best part of the whole story. I still wanted to watch it and I ended up loving it. Because it is a very faithful adaptation and a good adaptation. But it just doesn't have that last part. So I wanted to have the answer for myself, really. And then, I kind of stumbled upon that like little conspiracy theory. And then looking into it further, I found those Japanese theories. So there's kind of a bunch of different unconfirmed speculation. And that's what I talked about in this video. Although like there's no confirmed hard answer yet. There might be one that someone might ask Inoue in this cycle now that like Slam Dunk is getting a new movie by Toei. Like it might come up that they hey, so why was the original canceled? So that'd be interesting if that happens. But for now, this is mostly speculation. But then the other half of the video is just kind of gushing about how good the anime is, like just as an anime, and not just like, oh, the manga,
Yeah, so Slam Dunk is an interesting choice. So I guess what's the pathway here? What led you to going with Slam Dunk?
Well, I wanted to make a Slam Dunk video. It's kind of similar to like my NOVID entry last year, where I just had the intuition. Like I just wanted to make a video on this, and I was like, oh, I could just kind of formulate it into this sort of challenge, which I think is interesting. At first, I actually wanted to do a Fist of the North Star video, and then the videos I would find, there's not a lot of videos on that either, and they kind of said what I wanted to say about it, so I was like, ah, shit. I mean, because like it's funny. I was talking with Beyond Gilby about this. He's like, "Are you gonna do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'd love to." And he's like, "I'm not sure because I feel like he felt like a lot of it would end up being like, oh, these videos are wrong. Here's my different opinion, and instead of like adding, and like here's a like a kind of build upon conversation, be more like these videos are wrong, or let me correct in this sort of way. And so I certainly wanted to make sure I was like, okay, I want to find enough like 3 videos where the thing I want to say about Slam Dunk in this case, which I did want to talk about the cancellation and also how much I like the anime and stuff. And I found those 3 videos that were good. They just didn't have those elements to them. So I'm like, okay, so this hardly has been ever talked about. I can't say for sure, obviously. But to my knowledge, this hasn't really been talked about in this concrete way. So I was like, okay, I'll be able to fill that niche and that gap. So I want to not necessarily talking that much about the 3 videos I cite. It's more just like, trust me, they don't talk about it very much. Yeah, I just wanted to make a Slam Dunk video, and I was able to kind of slide right, swoosh right in.
Oh, I see. Interesting. I mean, out of the realm of sports manga, is Slam Dunk Slam Dunk your favorite?
Yeah. I mean, Astro Joe is my favorite anime period, and that's a sports series. So it is second to that. And Slam Dunk doesn't necessarily crack like my top 10, but like it's definitely one of the best Shonen Jump stories I've seen, and I've seen a lot of them this year. Like the reason I watched it this year was because I was watching Naruto all year, and then alongside that I would see like Rurouni Kenshin, Hikaru no Go, Ice Shield 21, the original Hunter x Hunter, a lot of the Shonen Jump stuff that I've been meaning to get to, including Slam Dunk. And yeah, it was next to Naruto is like the best series I've watched this year, easily.
Okay. So, all right. So let's say somebody's only basketball frame of reference manga is the basketball that Kuroko plays.
Yeah.
Yeah. How would they relate to Slam Dunk?
If they've seen Kuroko already, if they've seen Kuroko already, which I've not seen Kuroko, I've seen the first episode of Kuroko and I turned it off. I finished the first episode, I will say, because it was a really dumb mistake because I had finished Slam Dunk and I'm like, what do I watch next? And I chose
another basketball.
I decided to choose between Kuroko's basketball, Ice Shield 21, and Hitman Reborn. And Hitman Reborn did nothing for me. I hear it gets like, actually interesting later, but like the first episode, like they just kind of dick around. And then Kuroko's basketball is a fucking joke like, in the first episode to me. Like it's just like, I don't know, it didn't have nearly as compelling characters, and the fact that like the coach and these other people, like I get like the players having abilities, but even the coach is like, yeah, I have the Noryoku of like, I don't know if that's exactly the word they use, but based like it's literally just kind of that. Like it's like, oh, I literally see the stats of people. Like I can see your stats visually. Like I have an ocular jutsu or some shit. It's like, okay. And it's, and Slam Dunk has absolutely none of that. Like literally none of that. There's people who are like good at the thing that they do, but it's like grounded in actual basketball. Now, like, I imagine Kuroko's obviously kind of coming in the shadows of Slam Dunk, and they need to do something different. Like I get that they're in the same magazine and they're doing basketball. It's like, okay, what are you doing? Like what do you got, right? And so you can obviously tell that they have to do different things and have a different dynamic. And yeah, it's not the same thing. But yeah, I mean, as someone who only seen the first episode, and like, I'm sure it has really interesting, more compelling characters than the first two that we meet in the first episode, really. But yeah, I mean, Slam Dunk, I think, has a far more magnetic, like really interesting protagonist. And I like, it's funny. I know I'm not gonna call him out, but I know one particular anime YouTuber who has he knows it. He'll know exactly. He'll know I'm talking about him. But like, I know he has tried all of Inoue's work and he doesn't like any of them. And including Slam Dunk because he doesn't like the comedy. I'm like, okay, dude. I'm like, I was sus about that before I watched Slam Dunk, and then like, yeah, no, whatever. No, I mean, I think it's an especially great Shonen Jump series with a really great protagonist, really great dynamic that he sets up with this rival character, which is very similar to Naruto and Sasuke actually. Which I obviously enjoyed because I was watching Naruto at the time, and that's probably my favorite aspect of that show. The rivalry's great. The whole team they end up building is fantastic. And then the fact that the games last so long and there's such significant parts of the story and so much of it is them playing the game is really compelling. I think I also had a little more interest in it as a sport like basketball. Like if you don't like oh sports whatever. I think I was in a better frame of mind of it having seen The Last Dance.
Okay.
Which is a documentary that came out last year or the year before about Michael Jordan and the last season of like him with the Bulls.
Mhm.
But it actually chronicles his entire history with the Bulls. So like as they're going through this last season, they catch you up through the whole thing. So if you never knew what the craze was, but you kind of know how popular Michael Jordan was, you get to understand it in this document and really feel it. And soundtrack's amazing. They get amazingly high quality footage from that period of time. It's a phenomenal, and like you really get into the sport of basketball, I think. And so Slam Dunk's very similar in that way, where it's like the main character doesn't give a shit. He actually vocally says he hates basketball and he only plays it because this girl is like, wow, do you like like, do you play basketball? And he's like, yes, I do, because like he has the hots for her, which is the best motivation ever. You know, and then yeah, it's sort of like seeing him get better and everything. It's sounds very bog standard, but it's like, well, yeah, that's the winning formula. What can you say? You can't beat that. Like nobody has done it better in my view.
So why do you think there is or would be a sort of difference in reception between the anime and manga?
No, because it's Inoue, because of the author. You know, the culture and the anime YouTube or the anime Twitter, whatever. It's just like, 100 episodes and it doesn't adapt the whole story. You know, first of all. Second, it's from the 90s. Like, I think an older anime is actually a lot more difficult to recommend if it's not Yu Yu Hakusho or Dragon Ball, which is ridiculous in my view. But I do think it's more of a harder sell than I think people realize. And then, yeah, again, like Inoue as a mangaka, like his art is really incredible. Even if the scans are shit, like I talk about like, in the video, it's like you're very likely not going to be reading it in good quality. Like I'm pretty sure Viz is, for some reason nobody has scanned Viz's release of it, and it's still like really shitty scanlations. But like it doesn't matter because the art's incredible, and a lot of readers won't notice how bad the typesetting could be or whatever. But especially coming off of the anime, which has a very good translation, and you have all the character voices in your head, and then you go into the manga, I was like, this feels rickety. But I'm not a manga person. That's the other thing. I'm much more of an anime watcher, so like I was gonna watch it no matter what if I was gonna experience Slam Dunk. But like it just seems, yeah, and especially in the West, because and this is like the chunk of the video I wanted to kind of sneak in a little bit, but talking about how like sports anime really doesn't get a lot of attention in our space because the niche that are buying this stuff or or talking about it the most are people who don't play sports. Let's be honest. I hate to generalize, of course. Like I
Oh,
played sports in I played sports in high school, right? Like there's some people, right? But like a lot of them probably haven't. And it just kind of is proof in the numbers, especially in the 90s and 2000s. You couldn't sell a sports anime in the United States for shit. There was what was there? Like there was a lot that they could have done, but like what was the popular thing that's like, oh my God, yeah. Besides Haikyuu. Haikyuu is the first one that like is significantly has attracted a broad audience, a very anime centric audience, and a lot of them like it. I would hope that encourages them to check out other series, but like Prince of Tennis, no, not really.
Oh man, talk about a divided manga anime community, man. Prince of Tennis.
Yeah, like who fucking talks about that shit? Hikaru no Go, I wish. A
man.
little bit maybe in that early
the
2000s period, but like when they were publishing Shonen Jump and some people grew up on Hikaru no Go, like okay. Even Ice Shield 21. Well, that's just because the anime is a little lackluster, like it's okay. But like the manga, whatever, and it just hasn't made it, it's just not a popular thing. It's gotten better in the last 10 years, I think, since particularly with Haikyuu and Kuroko's basketball, but it's very difficult to sell. So yeah, that's the multitude of reasons why it's not a very popular title.
So you came into this like a literature review with the intent of sort of more so like building on top of what's already been there as a foundation, right?
Yeah, I tried my best.
Yeah. And so was there a particular? Did you end up coming across like a particular kind of? Did you end up coming across a particular video that was like you found specifically like challenging to deal with or like irascible or anything? Like, was there a video where you're just like, I don't understand what they're going for?
No. I thought they were all fine. Like I think it's like the video that just talks about the anime and like is an anime review. The guy seems pretty decent. He's just like seems kind of a bog standard review, and it seems harmless and fine. I don't think he says anything super hot or anything like that, or just like ignorant or something. At least that's my opinion. I thought it was fine, and I really liked Crunchyroll's video. I really really liked it. I think I may have watched it before seeing Slam Dunk, and it may have convinced me to watch it a little more.
Influence you subliminally.
Yeah, a little bit. Just because it's really well produced, has a really great history, and it's good paced and a lot of information about it, without giving too much away. And it's really serviceable and good. It's really good. And then Fiji's video is fine. I think it's very much in that he's in the specific spheres on like anime Twitter or Reddit or something where like he's talking about a lot of people. It's all about Haikyuu, so he's gonna relate it to Haikyuu, and it's like, oh, it's just like Haikyuu in this way, and like, okay, I can't speak on it because I haven't seen Haikyuu yet. I'm waiting for it to be done, animated, which we'll see if it even gets it. I'm not sure, and it like the rest of it says it's more of like jerking off in a way and stuff, and like that's fine. It's like he deserves it. But I also kind of didn't want to like super toot that horn myself either. Like as much as I love Slam Dunk, and obviously all of that's credited in a way who created it. Like I think Fiji doesn't, he does enough in that video of like making it a lot about Inoue specifically, and even dabbling a little bit into Vagabond and stuff. But no, I didn't check out a ton of Slam Dunk videos. I kind of, once I found those three, I was like, good. It's like I didn't think that there's a couple like comparison videos between Slam Dunk and Kuroko, and I'm like,
Okay.
I'm not gonna get anything from this. And yeah, and then otherwise I just I didn't check out too many others, and so yeah, I liked all three of the videos I checked out, but I was more happy when it's like, oh, they didn't talk about my thing, so perfect.
Well, that's always like been a sort of like a wonder for me, right? That's always something that's kind of ran through my head, which is like, is Slam Dunk a quote unquote unshakable property in terms of like, because you mentioned somebody, who's read all of Inoue's work and just couldn't get into it, right?
Yeah.
So like, what would the sort of review basis of that would be? Not just somebody who's just like shouting into the black and be all like, no, I don't like this. But like, what would that? Because like, my frame of reference would be like, I think you would probably be very hard pressed to find like a measured critique of Berserk,
Yeah,
like,
is
what would
it
that
is
look
Slam
like?
Dunk on that revered status?
Yeah.
Like it's got clout. I
Because
think
it's
so.
got the numbers, but
It has the numbers.
Yeah.
It's just the numbers in Japan,
yeah.
right? I think it is just very underwatched or underread
Okay.
overall. I think people have checked it out in the context of like, oh, I've heard Vagabond's really good, and they check it out and they love Vagabond, and they also probably maybe have checked out Real and they love Real. So I find that like Slam Dunk ends up being the kind of the popular kid or like the run almost in these critical spaces because everyone just checks out Vagabond and Real and they love that one more because obviously he's grown as a writer, matured as a writer. He's able to release the chapters every month instead of every week in a magazine like Shonen Jump. And it's also like, I mean, I don't think Slam Dunk was his first one because I think he has Buzzer Beater before Slam Dunk. But like, I get it, maybe I think it's because it's it definitely has this shadow over it with where it comes to the author's other works, even though Slam Dunk is the far more sold out of those three works for him. But like, clout wise and, 3x3s and things like that, you most often see Inoue's other work than Slam Dunk. And when you do, it's like, oh, hell yes. Like it feels more like a hidden gem in this space, which is ridiculous to say when it's dwarfs other sports series that are way more popular here, like Baki, right? Like Baki's talked about way more, it seems, than Slam Dunk. But it's also maybe another kind of thing holding it back, or there's something about it, is that it's a completed work, and it's been completed for 20 years, like not 20, over 10 years at least, since 96. So yeah, 20 years, over 20 years, it's been finished. So I feel like there might be something to that as well. Whereas Real and Vagabond are on hiatus right now. Well, Vagabond, I think it's kind of done technically. Like he made a last chapter for it, but it's technically on hiatus or whatever. And then Real's on hiatus.
That is a good point about it being completed and how that might affect how it's like received.
Yeah.
Because I do think a lot of the sort of discussing, I guess the sort of like anime manga discussing hype machine like really feeds into a sort of a series when it's still going, or like when they think it's still going.
100%. And it's dropped like a hot rock once it's done. You can tell that with a lot of the seasonal anime, right? Like a lot of original anime that are like 12 episodes or something, and then if they get something like you notice how like this year in particular, there's a lot of anime that had come out and nobody talked about it. They didn't even talk about it fucking week to week, and then it finishes, and then fewer people talk about it. It's nuts. Only if it's like infamous, like Wonder Egg or something, which like totally flat falls on its face or something. But like Heike, nobody talked about it, but I heard it stuck the landing. Sunny Boy, nobody talked about it, but I heard it pretty much stuck the landing if you liked it. It just kind of did its thing through the whole run. It doesn't really change all that much. And like Odd Taxi, I guess, got a lot of buzz after the fact because it also stuck the landing. But I don't even know about the longevity of that title either.
Hmm.
You know?
Well, that makes me wonder then if this track is going to continue, or if this is going to, like, if this pattern is going to keep going. Like, do you think a slam dunk is going to be stuck relegated to being a quote unquote hidden gem?
You know, I would have said yes if not for this movie coming out. I think this is really interesting. There's a new promo that just got released for it that, to my knowledge, doesn't have any correlation with the manga material. Like, it
Okay.
doesn't reference a scene from because when this movie got announced, I was hoping under the assumption, and I think a lot of other people probably felt this way, that like, okay, adapt the last game. Just the movie is the last game of this manga. You can skip the other game. Like, it's fine. It's a good game, but it's not like as momentous as this last one,
Okay.
and wraps everything up, and it has the most iconic fucking scene in the entire series. That gets posted everywhere, right? I saw that fucking fat last scene very early on of me knowing what Slam Dunk was. And knowing it was coming, it still fucking hit me like a truck. And it's like, okay, I hope the movie is doing that game. And then this new promo, like, there's something that, like, I don't think it's referencing that, but we don't have a confirmation yet, whether, yes or no.
Hmm.
But like, I think that could, especially because it's written and directed by Inoue. I think that could give some newfound interest. I would hope. At the very least, just reading it, because I think, again, there's this thing with like Inoue and all the things that we talked about. I think everyone's just going to read it, which sucks. I wish they would watch it. It's actually fantastic to watch. But whatever. But I'm hoping this movie may push a little bit, like do a little bit of like treading the waters a little bit, maybe get the ball rolling a little more, and they're like, oh shit, Haikyuu actually took all this shit from Slam Dunk, or I don't know. Like, I don't know for sure or whatever, but like God, it's gonna be really annoying watching Haikyuu, and I'm just like, it's just Slam Dunk again.
It's just
I'm gonna be
It's just
pissed.
So I want to make a brief aside. Cineclinic, thank you for the donation. $5 for the sleep taken off of Joe's life due to sleep deprivation. So sad. Can this get 20 likes? Oh man, I'm gonna die young, dog. Anyhow, so chat once again, please, if you have any questions or comments for the Raccoon Man, please leave them now, so we can get to them while there's still a couple minutes left. So the normal like quasi closing question here, Shapes. So this was done in a month, and I know you're fast on your feet. But if you had more time, was there something you wanted to have had done if you had more time, or was there something you would have fixed or done differently, and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I put in the video how like there's two side videos I have to kind of make from this, but I'm procrastinating on them now because my video is currently taken down by Toei. So
the great demon of the East.
yeah, so nobody. So I'm making the excuse that nobody's like, hey, where are those follow-up videos because the Slam Dunk video's missing. So I'm like, oh, oopsie. But I was actually supposed to be on like a vacation this weekend, and I'm a little sick still, so they didn't feel comfortable with me going. So I'm here for a few more days, so I have newfound time. So if I get my other stuff done, I'm hoping to write those videos. And the two videos were this little aside that I had this idea about, and I also got this idea watching Full Moon because I'm rewatching it with a group watch. It's so funny. There's a lot of people who have never seen it before, and then there's a couple of us who have, and we're just like giddy for like when the shoe drops. You made a video on that moment.
Yeah,
we're gonna watch it.
That's on my 3x3.
Yeah,
that's one of my favorite shows of all time. I've got all the manga. I've got all the manga volumes.
Let's go. I'm not sure. I don't know if I should check out the manga because I've I read the
It's
synopsis
very
for it. I'm like,
different.
what the fuck? I'm like, where the fuck does this go? Oh man.
Oh, it's very
Um,
different.
yeah, it's very different. Um, but like, there was this. I was noticing how there was a period of the show where they were getting a lot more funny faces. They're doing that kind of anime thing where like the face is drawn really funny and it's very snappy in one frame, and but they're lingering on that face. And it made me because it made the connection where I'm like, yeah, Full Moon, this particular production is kind of a limited, it doesn't have the most lavish stuff going on animation wise. Like it
Mhm.
does, it's pretty good. Um, but it made me think that like maybe this funny face, like when an anime does kind of the wacky faces, which is a very catch-all term, of course, like super catch-all. Um, in a way, depending on how it's done, it could be a very cost-saving technique, because it's like you don't have to animate that much, and it's actually a really compelling, appealing moment. And it's also fairly, relatively easier to draw potentially because the face might be simplistic, which it usually is. So I kind of had that idea where, like with Slam Dunk 2, where it has these chibi designs, which are from Inoue's manga sometimes. They show up a fair deal. Where the faces also get very deformed, and I think SD is the proper term for it. Like the Anime Encyclopedia has the term for it. It's SD, super deformed or whatever. But they have like these very simplistic designs that they kind of occasionally cut to, and that could be a potential way to make it an economic production, which is one of the things I was really praising in that video of how cost effective of a production it is. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I wanted to kind of make like an expanded point about that, and I could have put it in that video, but I'm like, it's a tangent. I can't spend too much time on that. This was already taking me close to a month to make it, maybe like 18 days, I think. And so like I was like, okay, I'm gonna siphon that off, and then it was it was just going to be that one conspiracy theory of like it's the director that got it canned, basically, like the third theory. It was just going to be that, and then it was because I was looking up like Japanese TV ratings because I was trying to prove that the anime had good TV ratings, and that's why it wasn't canceled. It wasn't canceled due to poor ratings because obviously it had good ratings. And in so finding those TV ratings, by like looking up what the term TV rating in Japanese is, Googling that, and then I was like, well, let's just Google why Slam Dunk was canceled in Japanese and see if they have anything to say about it. And then yeah, I found multiple blogs that repost the same 2 points. So I had to add those in kind of last minute. And it pushed out this other theory I was going to posit in the video itself, which was the idea that like the manga was ending in a few weeks, but then it would take because of how much behind the anime was from the manga, they were like, okay, it's going to take us another 6 months or a year to actually finish the adaptation. And do we want to invest all that time when the manga is finished? Because I think I kind of have a theory where once a manga is completed or it's axed or whatever, if it's done, the anime has no reason to continue. It doesn't need a there's no reason for it because like the anime most of the time is being made to promote the source material. So if the source material is done, like why finish? Like it has no justification to be a complete adaptation. Like you don't deserve that inherently. But there's only a couple of instances where they've been animating it for so long, like Naruto or Dragon Ball, that like even if that manga ended and they have maybe a year left before, they're like, well, look, we've already invested 12 years into this adaptation. It would probably hurt the product. It would probably damage the IP if we didn't follow through and actually finish it. But there might be there may have been some logistical choice that Toei made where it's like, okay, it's going to take us over a year to finish adapting this thing. Because it makes me wonder about like, Haikyuu, right? Like, I think it's going to have more anime, but the manga's done. Do they really need to make more anime? I don't know. That's sort of I don't know. Does it deserve it? I would like that. Like, I'm sure they like fans deserve it or whatever. But like monetarily, does it warrant and more and completing the adaptation? So kind of theorizing in that direction that like, oh, maybe they axed it because of that, and that's something I would have put in that. But I'm going to make it as its own video and talk more broadly about manga adaptations and whether they deserve to be complete adaptations.
Gotcha. Well, we are out of time. So, first of all, thank you very much for submitting.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Do you want me to add you to the raffle?
Yeah.
All right.
That mug looks epic.
All right. Cool. Thank you very much,
for having me.
Ships.
Peace.
Looking forward to when that video gets released by the great demon of Toei.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll probably keep once it does get released. I'll probably just keep it unlisted or something. But I don't want to have him just take it down again.
Oh yeah.
Like my Doremi video for the 4th time. Like I'm gonna finally unlist my fucking Doremi video because I'm not just gonna fucking keep playing this fucking game. I'm tired of it.
The classic, the life of being an AnyTuber.
For real.
Yeah. All right. Enjoy
Thanks so
your night,
much.
man.
Yo, peace.
Okay, so that was Shapes. Why Slam Dunk was canceled. All right. So next one here is next one here is Toronto. So next one here is Toronto with Pot Lover, a legacy. Hello.
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 How's it going?
Not too bad. It's unfortunately you got me at the end of the thing.
Yep.
So I don't know how excitable I will be, but I'll try my best.
It's okay. I'm
All right, how
in the
about
same
you?
mood. Yeah, I'm okay. I got my booster earlier today, so I've been dealing with a sore arm all day. Probably a little bit more tired than I would be otherwise. So, good scheduling on my part.
I see. Well, what shot did you get?
Booster, COVID, Pfizer. Yeah,
Pfizer?
booster,
Okay.
Pfizer. Yeah.
I see. That's cool. Did you get all Pfizer?
Yeah, all Pfizer for all 3 of my jabs.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice. That's epic.
Mm-hmm.
We need more booster rollouts too.
Oh yeah.
We need more booster rollouts to minimize the chance of mutation. I'm getting sick and tired of these strains.
First we had Delta, then we have Omicron. I remember those memes first cropping up on Twitter of like people running away from the Omicron. They'd be like my summer plans, and then the Omicron variant coming in to fuck it up. It's like, oh no, oh no.
Yeah. Well, it's happening. Sorry if you're comfortable disclosing it, but like, where are you based out of generally?
The dick of the United States. That's where I'm at.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
The Great Glades.
Uh-huh. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I'm based out of Ontario, and we just got the highest number of cases.
Oh, jeez.
We just got the highest number of cases for the first time in 7 months. Thanks to Omicron. It went from like 10% of new cases to like 53% today in the span of a week.
Oh God.
Like, man,
Yikes.
that thing is fast.
That is really scary, man.
Yes, but
Yep.
let's talk about something less scary. Let's talk about Pat labor.
Yep.
So Pat labor. What So I think I asked Ghost this at the beginning of just like of all of Oshi's work. for him, it was just like, of all of Ushi's work, why Angel's Egg? And so I guess the question I would ask here is, of Ushi's work, why Patlabor?
Well, I guess there's two things to say to that. One is that I haven't yet seen Angel's Egg, which is a great shame on my part, which I shall try to rectify at some point in the future.
It's about
the
more.
second, the second part being that it's aside from Patlabor 2, of course, the second movie. It's hard to ascribe the entirety of Patlabor to just one creator, as I'm sure I went over very thoroughly, given that it was such a collaborative project. The Oshii that does come through in Patlabor 2, again with the knowledge that I haven't yet seen Angel's Egg, which is supposedly actually the Oshiiest, reads to me as more Oshii than even the two Ghost in the Shell movies, just for how unabashedly steeped in that whole Japanese military-industrial complex thing it is. It's less abstract and more grounded in the physical reality of war and like the real manifestations of war that we can actually see in a real world with just some giant robots attached, as opposed to we're transferring consciousnesses between cyborgs and now we've got hacked cyborgs and stuff. There's less layers of abstraction, which really drive home Oshii's thematic interests, as it were.
Yeah. So I guess the question is just like, what's the general scene like in Annie 2 when it comes to Patlabor?
A general scene, I guess. What really the idea I initially hit upon and didn't really go for in the end was I saw one of the video titles of the videos I ended up referencing was Patlabor, a forgotten classic. Was that the title? A forgotten classic, a forgotten masterpiece. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Okay.
Point being, one of them specifically noted that it is, air quotes, forgotten. Yeah. Okay. Ono Anime 2017, Patlabor, a forgotten franchise. Which, okay, that got me thinking, but is it? Especially given that we apparently have multiple, more than 5, well, roundabout at least 5 videos on YouTube discussing the franchise in depth with over 100,000 views each. Under the Scope's a lot more than that. It's a bit a stretch to call it forgotten, I think. And I didn't go hard in that direction because I didn't want to feel like I was specifically calling out someone for being wrong about something. But, yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to label it forgotten. Maybe not as much in the spotlight, but certainly has received a lot of attention and dissection, I would say.
Was there one that you thought was particularly compelling?
Oh yeah, under the Scope's video dissecting those military political themes in Patlabor 2 is pretty much the go-to Patlabor analysis on YouTube. If you really want to understand what that film was getting at, that is not just a great starting point, but a really solid dissection of all of that. And it's one of those videos where you watch it and you're like, God, I am outclassed. What the hell am I doing? I don't belong here. Yeah.
So there's oftentimes this discussion of like when we're talking about oftentimes when people are getting into like Patlabor, right? There's this discussion of just like, oh, where do you start? Do you start with like the OVAs, or do you start with the films? So what would be your recommended watch order?
Pretty much, I guess, release order. So there's two continuities, which is the original OVA series. This was another thing that like almost every Patlabor video had to cover, but I thought that was just talking about that was repetitive and beyond the point, so it's like whatever. But there's 2 continuities. There's the original 7-episode OVA followed by the 3 films, actually 2 films. We pretend the 3rd film doesn't exist. And then there's the TV followed by the new OVA series, and it while it technically doesn't matter where you get into it because they're both separate continuities, the recommended order by pretty much everyone is watch the original OVA, then the movies, because that's, shorter. It's all the great Pat Labor in one firm package. And then if you're thirsty for more Pat Labor content, there's just a whole bunch of it over the TV Corner, which is like plus OVA, which is like a whole 60 episodes. There's a lot over there. But yeah, that's the general recommended watch order. Original OVA, movies, then TV.
Okay.
And it's like, no, wait a minute. No, never mind. I had a thought and then it died.
Oh.
Thoughts just die sometimes.
No worries. Just blame the booster.
Yes, I blame you, Booster. How dare you?
Booster.
How dare you protect me and my health?
It's it's giving you a boost in health at a slight cost of your immediate sanity.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, it's it's really fascinating. Now, I'm gonna admit, I don't remember much of this video because I remember watching it at like 2 in the morning.
Okay, that's fine.
But the decision, yeah. So, I guess the question, right, is that like of all we've had with this discussion of all we've had, because like there is quite a bit of discussion about Pat Labor. But with regards to this particular video, did you find there to be any? Because like for example, you mentioned that like you watched like Under the Scopes video and you're just like, wow, this is phenomenal example of like analysis of Pat Labor too. Did you ever run into any situations where you were potentially worried that you might hit a sort of analytical wall? So what I mean by this, right, to clarify,
Okay.
what I mean by this is not that like, oh, you ran out of ideas. But were you worried that like, because like one of the values of like a literature review is like seeing like where the potential gaps are and then seeing how they build on top of that. Were you ever concerned that perhaps like you might have run into a sort of situation where like it might have been a bit too similar, or you might have like been worried that you might have run into something that somebody had already like spoken of?
Yeah, I think that's probably something that ran through the whole writing process, which was the hardest part of the video that even ran up to like last minute. Oh God, what am I doing? Because like when the subject of this year's challenge was announced, I had no idea what I was going to do the video on. I heard. I saw the announcement video. It was like literature review. I was like, oh God, a literature review. Those are, oh no. And then you said 3 videos. Like, just 3. Oh, thank God. This will be easy. All right. But from that initial announcement, I wasn't sure just what the heck I was going to do. Because like, what literature review, themes, talk about what's been discussed, what hasn't. Oh no. So I spent like just a week or two just racking my brain. Oh God, what do I do in the first place? And then I thought, just absolutely randomly, oh, I've been watching Pat Labor. Is there stuff about that on YouTube? I remember there was a video that said a forgotten franchise. Is it forgotten? So the thought process got started there. So I went into it with the goal of first identifying, the common themes, see what has been discussed, and then from there, the idea was to see if I could extrapolate and perhaps build from what was there. So I went into it not knowing at all what I was going to write about, what has been spoken about it, and it was a process of discovery along the way. And up to the end, I think I did an okay job. Rewatching it just before this stream, I can still like criticize myself where I definitely extrapolated on some areas. I think there were some, particularly with the modern influence, where I don't think I went far enough, especially in the conclusion. That could have done with some extrapolating upon, but that was probably me, procrastinating, hitting up on the time limit, being like, all right, it either goes out now or it doesn't go out at all. So, yeah, it was a whole process of discovery through the whole thing.
Was there in the whole process of scouring, did you end up running into like a sort of video that you thought had a very interesting or prescient point, but you weren't entirely sure how to sort of like fit that into your work?
Prescient point, yeah. So there was one video that was entirely without commentary. It was just a video comparison of one scene from Pat Labor 2 and one scene from an episode of X-Files, which made it very clear that X-Files pretty much just lifted that scene straight out of Pat Labor. And it's like, oh, okay, Pat Labor's influence is extending far beyond Japan and even cropping up over here in Western works. But that seemed like I'm not quite sure how to integrate that. It might be a little bit beyond the scope I'm going for. So that was interesting, but I wasn't quite sure how to show that or integrate that. But it was there.
Well, that's really fascinating in a lot of ways, considering that Pat Labor is often steeped in this sort of like Pat Labor is often steeped in the sort of like post-war Japanese political critique.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it has resonated so strongly within Western audiences?
I, at the risk of sounding like I am engaging in, hang on, I've in stereotype. I'm not sure. God, this sounds like a bad idea to say this, but I'm not sure Western audiences fully all not. Okay, let me be clear. This also applies to myself. I'm not pretending to be more knowledgeable than I am. I'm not sure Western audiences always fully engage with that military political critique element that Pat Labor engages in, which is mostly prominent in that second film, in the films and the early OVAs, which kind of falls off somewhat, but not totally in the TV series. Mostly, and on our part, I'm including myself in this, that'd probably be mostly stemming from a lack of political social knowledge that would be required to fully understand that. We can, of course, intellectually research and try to understand that, but I think mostly it's just, especially on the part of the TV series, what resonates most with people about Pat Labor is probably just the more fun slice of life elements, the characters just being wacky idiots, somehow not getting fired over and over again. A particular favorite episode of people's tends to be this one in the OVA where it's just the two commanders, the new OVA, the later one that's still in the TV continuity, where it's just the two section chiefs, Goto and Shinobu, just going on a car ride and having some banter, and that's basically the totality of the episode. And as long as they're in that car, it's really great just how the episode just manages to frame shots and keep a conversation going despite it being very limited in scope. I have my own critiques with that episode, but that's a later part and irrelevant here. Yeah.
So you mentioned, so the whole title, right, is like Pat Labor, a legacy. So I guess in the sort of like general elevator pitch, like what kind of legacy is it? What kind of legacy is it?
Yeah, so I think the idea there is partly me scratching my head to come up with the title and that being about just the best I could come up with, but extrapolating from that, we're going past that. The idea there being that specifically knocking on Oshii and the other staff of Headgear, continuing to be influential forces in the anime sphere today, as was the focus of the latter half of the video, where without Pat Labor, who knows where all of the shit that we love today might be. Its legacy is that these creators were able to go on to do all of this stuff, and who knows,
Okay. Yeah. So I think we're in that stage right now where if anybody has questions, comments, in the comment section, please leave them, and I will read them out. So video. So I'm gonna ask the question that I always ask: video making progress, video making process. What So obviously, with the whole point of NOVID is that like these things are people are given a month, and then there's a sort of time crunch that kind of happens, partly out of sadism. But so so with what you've got, in the span, if you had more than a month, was there something you felt like you could have done better or differently or changed?
Well, part of the time constraint was, this time it was kind of time constraint stuff was mostly on me as I like, bit of, I would say, hang on, let me check the timeline here because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so towards the start of November, a bit of I was going through a bit of emotional burnout where you know the Toei strikes have been going around. I had my entire Precure series taken down 3 times, had to fight to keep them up, which they're up. It's up. Thankfully, I won my fights, and I haven't heard it hasn't happened again in a couple months now, so I think I'm good. But you know, toward the start of that month, I'm like, I don't want to think about this at all, so I didn't, and then toward the so it's partially self-imposed, partially for my own mental health. So I really cut my own time in about half there. So again, partially self-imposed, and from there I was really just mostly focused on the research part, on the writing part. So I'm not sure how an extended time limit would really have affected that, other than expounding upon the points I already had there. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Would you want to revisit Pat Labor again in the future in a different context, or like expanding or anything?
Maybe, maybe. Haven't given it too much thought, but I can't deny the possibility. It's a great show. There's a lot there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, we can just chalk it up to the booster.
Yep. Yeah, sure, booster.
Yeah, another exciting day of the booster.
Another exciting day.
Yeah. So how are the numbers in Florida?
Numbers in Florida. Florida. I don't think they're great. On my part, they're not the worst they've ever been, but there's been a slight uptick recently, and oh god, you know, Spider-Man just came out, so you know there's just gonna be a fucking Marvel spike. There's gonna be a Marvel spike. They're gonna have to give it that name, a Marvel COVID spike. They're complicitous, I tell you. But yeah, there's minor spikes, but I'm you know, staying indoors, staying healthy, sleeping off the booster. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So Studiosaurus does have a question. Would you chalk the lasting influence of Pat Labor up to Headgear / Oshi, when compared to a thematically similar contemporary like Dominion or New Dominion Tank Police?
I probably the creative heads being who they were and going on to have their careers as they were would likely have something to do with that. I have not heard of New Dominion Tank Police, so I could not confidently say one way or the other. I wonder if not having heard of it in the first place is perhaps indicative of anything, but I wouldn't want to speculate based on incomplete knowledge.
I think that's fair.
Dominion Tank Police. But yeah, definitely staff certainly have something to do with it.
Oh, that feels like another scenario where you can revisit Palabor.
Oh dear. I just looked it up. Just looked up Dominion. Love the manga cover that's listed on Wikipedia. That looks like something I could get into. Hello. So I might not have been able to answer the question, but the question gave me a recommendation. Thank you very much.
Hell yes.
Hell yes.
All right. So, he just says sad.
I'm sorry.
Just blame it on the booster. Just say, yeah, you had the booster.
The booster.
Yep. So, I think that's all I've got. Thank you very much, Toronto. This is your second. This is your second year.
Second year.
Yeah, you're a veteran. So yeah, thank you very much for the submission. Did you want me to put you in the raffle?
First, I'm hearing about a raffle.
Oh, really?
Yeah, might have been a little out of the loop here.
Oh, okay. So what I'm doing, right, is for donors, I'm doing a separate raffle, but for content, for the entrance, people who submitted stuff, I'm doing a raffle for entrance and a raffle for the donors, and essentially, I don't know if you have the live stream open,
yeah,
but essentially they get a mug that I made, which is just it's a drawing of Tsutomu Miyazaki's room. You know, the famous otaku killer.
Oh my. Oh dear.
But it's in the it's in the form of a mug.
Yes.
The main reason why, right? The main reason why is because, I feel like I wanted to thank the entrance for submitting, but I didn't know how. And I can't give a mug out for everyone, so I decided to do it as a raffle. And I wanted to keep it kind of media themed, but not I want it to be something where, you can actually have this cup out and people will be all like, okay, well, this guy's, they don't know this guy's into cartoons yet.
Well, I'll say that is a very cool mug, but I get this distinct feeling that some of the other entrants would get more of a kick out of it than I. So I'll say, we're gonna let one of them have it. I think I'm good. It's a cool mug.
Sounds good. All right, thank you very much for the submission. I appreciate it.
Yep.
And I hope you feel better fast.
Me too. Thank you.
All right, so that was Pat Labor, A Legacy by Toronto. And then the next one here is Cineclinic. So next one here is ooh, my brain is melting. FLCL is not just a coming of age story by Cineclinic. So just give me 1 second. All right, so there we go.
Hello. My name's Giguk.
Oh, yes.
Hey, how's it going?
My name's Giguk. I'm talking about.
Isekai is trash, and so am I.
I'm talking about. It's.
You think you're doing a voice, but that's just how you talk when you're drunk, Jim.
Oh man. Oh, oof.
What's this? What's this? Hour 5?
Huh? It's hour
of the live stream.
5, right?
Yeah, goddamn.
I think it's it's hour 5, but you know, if I'm awake until 3 a.m., then I'm up for 24 hours straight.
Yeah, hell yeah.
So that'd be cool.
That's when you unlock your potential.
Yeah.
No, you should go to sleep for real.
Yeah. No, I woke up at 3 a.m. and I worked 5 to 5, and then I came home and ate dinner and started streaming.
Yeah, that's welcome to my day.
Yeah, that's my Friday. Ooh. Okay. So, today, FLCL is not just a coming of age story. So,
Did you do that on purpose?
Huh?
Did you do that on purpose to trigger me?
What?
Didn't call it FLCL?
Yeah. Let's go with that. Yeah. FLCL. Okay, why FLCL?
Why FLCL? Well, okay, so why Fully Coolly? Couple reasons. One was that when you announced the theme of the literature review, I had already had a kind of half-baked idea for something I could do about Fully Coolly. That was already pretty much in line with the idea of it. I wasn't going to, because I originally just had the idea to talk about. I was going to talk about all three Fully Coollies, like the progressive and alternative as well. And I was going to talk about just three different. It was going to be called 3 Fully Coollies, 3 Japanese story devices, or something like that, right?
Okay.
And basically, my idea was just everyone always talks about Fully Coolly. They talk about Adult Swim and and how it's crazy and wacky. But obviously, it's a Japanese work, so you can there's pretty standard Japanese story stuff that forms the base to build upon all the craziness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you announced that was the idea, was a literature review, I was like, I can rekajig it into that. That'll work, quite well, because then originally I just had an offhanded thing where I just said something along the lines of, very briefly at the intro, it's like, it's just usually talked about as this, but it's not. But here's the other, but it's not, but here's the other side, right? But then I was like, well, maybe I could actually use that as the launching pad. And the other reason I chose Fully Coolly was that it's popular. And because last time, when you said that you can choose something that you won't have to sacrifice reviews for, I was like, all right, I'm going all in then. But in doing so, it kind of revealed that, I don't know, Fully Coolly is obviously popular, but it doesn't seem like, maybe in the last 5 years or whatever, it doesn't seem as, especially to maybe people who got into anime and only in the last couple of years, it doesn't seem as one of the cornerstones or as popular as it was. Because when I posted it to Reddit, somebody was like, you have to assume people haven't seen the video. You can't use abbreviations that not everyone will be familiar with. Put the actual show title in there. And I was like, no, dude, the actual show title is written just as FLCL. So it's obviously that's just one dude, but almost all of the videos I watched for this were, the big ones at least, were at least 5, even 10 years old, and most of the ones that got really big, usually it came around about 2016 when the sequels were announced. And so it was just kind of that push because all people were talking about the sequels, and the sequels kind of came and went, right? And they kind of fizzled out, but people only seem to talk about the Fully Coolly in regards to, or just as a way to game the system, because people were suddenly talking about it again. Yeah, so it's funny because maybe it's not as big as it used to be. I wouldn't quite say it's fallen into obscurity, but it's it's not I don't know if it's on the level of Ava anymore. Where it's a safe bet that even if people haven't seen it, people know a fair deal about it. Yeah.
Yeah, you should have done a Berserk video.
Yeah, right. Take advantage
that's
of
the rock
take advantage
solid.
of tragedy. Yeah, take advantage of tragedy.
That's
and,
the rock solid solution. Never fails.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like you were talking about earlier, right? You were talking about it with Shabes. It's like, is it possible to do like a straightforward, thorough criticism of Berserk? And not just be like, "Oh, Guts is the best. It's so good. The Eclipse Arc is, you know." I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, I like Berserk, but I didn't have anything interesting to say about it, and I only make a video if I feel like what I'm saying is interesting. So,
well, you could have
that's why.
done. You could have done, something be like, look, everybody talks about, what's it, God Hand?
Yeah.
And, the Golden Age arc and, whatever, etc. But there's something nobody talks about in Berserk. The roads.
No, I could have done that.
He's like, look, okay, in the first few chapters, these are just dirt roads.
I very well could have, yeah.
Because they're a war pavilion. But then later on, during the golden, after when Griffith becomes a creepy raper, man, the roads are cobblestone. You telling me that a war road's a cobblestone? That's not right. I did research.
That's right. That's right. Wow, you really are sleep deprived. You do sound like you're... Yeah.
Man, I feel so bad for, like, the last 6 people.
Yeah. That's all good. Well, I wanted to do earlier, but of course, when I got the link for it, all the spots had been taken, and I was like, damn. And so for me, it's a comfortable 3 p.m. on a Saturday afternoon. But yeah, but like I knew this would happen, so that's why I wanted an earlier time. But it's all good.
So, give me 1 second. I'm trying to think of something in the video that I can recall.
Do you remember what it's about? Do you remember what it's about? Do you remember the show I reviewed? Hey, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is really boosting my confidence.
A lot of them. Oh yeah, one of the things you mentioned, I think, was that like they all use English dubs.
Yeah, well, that was probably something I discovered when I watched it, because I went into it again with the idea of that most people approach it with a Western lens, because generally that's what people do, right? Mm-hmm. Especially like big, at the time when Fully Cooley was big, like in the early 2000s, really, really big. People just treated like, they didn't consider the Japanese side at all. But yeah, that really surprised me, because Fully Cooley in general seems to, it seems to fall into the space of people who would be maybe not necessarily dub haters, but who would default to the sub in most cases. And so it was really surprising, because it was like watching a video on Cowboy Bebop, because almost nobody talks about, uses the Japanese dub when they talk about Cowboy Bebop. But yeah, the only one that I could find that used the Japanese dub was the Cartoon Cypher one, which is talking about how the sub was adapted into the dub, which I thought was quite ironic. I think it lends itself, because I think in general, people, it happens a lot with Gainax shows, because it also happens with Panty and Stocking, right? But this idea of that, because there'll be references to American or Western style of animation, right? That means that the creators are trying to make Western animation, or they're making it for Westerners. But they're just referencing it, because in all the interviews with Tsurumaki that I found, and all the any of the staff involved, they say, no, Fully Cooley was for a Japanese audience, right? Because that's what they were expecting to sell it and make the most market, especially back in the 2000s. But a lot of people, just go around, oh no, it was successful because of Adult Swim and this, that, and the other, and it was marketed towards Western people and was made for Western people. It's like, no, it was successful in the West due to Adult Swim, but it wasn't successful in general because of Adult Swim. Like, definitely Adult Swim helped its longevity, but it's not the, I think it's very myopic to think of it in that terms. And also, there's another element, which the fact that all the videos are so old, there was another element, which is that I kind of wanted to redeem myself, because my very first anime video on YouTube was about Fooly Cooly, and it fucking sucked. And it was around about the same time as a lot of these other ones came out. Yeah, it came out a lot at the same time as the ones I mentioned, like the Arcada reviews and the Gigok reviews, and the old guard, the ancient gamers. And
Otaku legend.
Yeah. Yeah. The pantheon of early 2000s otaku videos. And I remember at the time thinking that, but it was interesting because I regurgitate some pretty bad points in that video, and I don't consider the Japanese side, well, not that much, I think it's a shit video, but it's interesting because even in that video, I was still kind of basing what I was saying, or counterpointing things I was seeing in AniTube at the time, because people were saying the same shit for fucking 12 goddamn years. There's the same shit. They haven't changed. Things like, the wackiness and how it's completely incomprehensible, and particular thing that annoys me is the what and attitude people carry to not just Fooly Cooly, but Fooly Cooly is often seen as one. It's like that annoying thing of how if let's say if someone sees like a weird cartoon that was made in like America, they'll just be like, that was weird. But if they see a weird cartoon that was made in Japan, they go, man, Japanese cartoons are weird and so weird. They can't just be a weird cartoon.
It's like the cyclist dilemma.
Yeah. Yeah. So there was a lot of that, and I don't even think, maybe it's because I've seen it a lot, or maybe because I have a I don't know, a much wider tolerance or for what I consider to be weird. But I don't think Fooly Cooly is that wacky or weird.
I don't remember much of it.
It's not incomprehensible.
I just remember it's energetic.
Well, that's the main thing, is it's energetic. And it's not also, because another thing is it's very well paced, right? Because people, especially around that time, a lot of the videos make it seem like it's pure energy, but it's well balanced, because there's plenty of scenes of Naoto comes home and collapses on his bed and thinks about his brother, and it's just pretty much a silent, soft scene to let you breathe for a little bit before Haruko comes in and destroys something. So it's not like I think it's just a lot of the way people pitch Fooly Cooly is I don't know if I'd say disingenuous, but misleading. And in particular, because the common blowback from people saying that would be like, oh, it's a coming of age story. If you watch it 25 times, you realize it's a coming of age story. It's really hidden under there. And it's like, oh, really? The fact that he has a boner come out of his forehead, brought on by like a hot girl that he saw. I don't know if that's, yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that 25 times to understand what that means, So, people do try to read it, but it's I don't want to say surface level, because I don't like that, but it's pretty on the nose that it's a coming of age story. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't try to hide. I don't think it's hidden that it's a coming of age story at all. And also, just when I said about making the video, it's just like, I don't know. I've heard that it's a coming of age story so many goddamn times. It's like, well, what else can I offer to the table? And it's this idea of, well, it's a coming of age story in Japan, and at this point is the end of the first lost decade. It was after Anshin, it was after Om, there's all this stuff, and the endless everyday was very full on play, right? This idea of like all this shit was happening and changing in Japan, but everyone just kept living their lives as if it was 100% normal, despite all this possible apocalyptic stuff happening. And and I'm not saying, because people say that, like, I'm not saying that's what they were intending, and that was the what they were trying to do with it. But it can be read that way because that's the cultural background they're coming from, and no one talks about that.
That is I feel like that's an interesting sort of meta reflection that's happening in there. If it's being released on what was it being released on at intervals, right? What was it? How many months?
Yeah, 2 months apart, because it was an OVA. It was released 2 months apart. Yeah. Between 2000 and 2001.
Yeah, that's a sort of like interesting sort of like meta reflection. I don't know if it's on purpose or not. It's probably just incidental based upon its production cycle, but it is an interesting meta reflection about how like this story about this kid whose like ordinary life is like occasionally punctured by the inclusion of like this other figure is very similar to how somebody buying a tape of this would have their ordinary life be occasionally punctured by the inclusion of this other media property.
Right. A very a property that even in Japan marketed itself as unorthodox, right?
Yeah.
And it's also as a modern product. I didn't talk about it in the video. I was saving that for. I was going to do a companion video where I talked about some of those notes that I talked about the two sequels. But then I got a new job, and I was like, oh, fuck that. I want to sleep when I get home, because I'm not like you, where I have this crazy mindset. But anyway, yeah. But one of the things in that is that it was marketed, because this was 2000, right? This was just before everything was. This was when cells were they were almost completely phased out. Like traditional ink and paint was almost completely phased out in America, but it was much more lagging behind in Japan, where it took a few more years for it to happen. But it was marketed as, at the time, it was marketed as Gainax's digital animation. Like they were really saying, like, no, this is old mine. This is made digitally. This is modern. Yeah. So I think there is definitely that element of like something new, that you haven't seen before. I think that's very definitely intentional from the start.
I guess the question is like, has there been anyone else in AnyTube that's like talked about the material conditions of FLCL?
Not that I could find. No, most of the content is like just analytical of the actual like story and themes itself, which obviously there's nothing wrong with that. But I couldn't really find anything. There are a few things. There are a few things on AnyTwitter. Like I have a few tweets from Ehoba open up here. He read a book called Fully Cooleyism, or Fully Cooleyism plus, because they gotta got to get that triple S rank.
That's true. Yeah.
Which talks about it. There's an interesting quote here I've got up that Hiroki Sato calls Fully Cooley the last eye to Gainax's break period. It was only possible in that period thanks to Evangelion's profit. So yeah, in some other spaces, people talk about the materials, but yeah, not that I can find it on YouTube.
So it's all
people just go, it was made by
coming of age.
Yeah, it's all coming of age, and they mention the production. They'd be like, "Oh, it was made by Gainax, who made Ava." They also don't mention it. Well, no, it was made by Gainax and Production IG. I mean, Gainax. To be fair, Gainax do market it as just a Gainax product, but Production IG did a considerable amount of work on it. Yeah. So usually, I think if we'll talk about the material means of it, it's usually only in its relation to Ava.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because they'll be like, oh, Ava, things that are like half truths, but they seem like they're extrapolating them. You know, like they'll say, "Oh, Ava was a miserable, terrible experience, so they wanted to make something fun that was fun to make, and this, that, and the other." And it's like, that's a half truth, because they, Tsurumaki decided he wanted Ava to be. I mean, he wanted Fully Cooley to be more, understandable, or that was okay if you felt like you didn't understand it. But they're like extrapolating this idea that Ava was a miserable show to work on, and that Fully Cooley wasn't. And it's still a production, so it's still, it's still labor. So both probably sucked to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's also I felt like even though it is very definitely intentional that it's unorthodox and it's trying to be off the beaten track and crazy and modern, and Tsurumaki described it, he would go for like a commercial or a music video style, short but densely packed. Even though they were going for that, I think what a lot of people don't understand is that, well, most of the time, not always, but most of the time, if people are going to make something highly kinetic, highly energetic, highly, like unorthodox and crazy and weird, it's not going to be unstructured. They don't just put random shit out there for random sake. Still think about what would be the best placement for each of the individual scenes. So that's why I thought it was important for the for Kisho Tenketsu to be relegated back to it, because it follows a structured, written, balanced story. It's just that the individual content of that story is weird,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so chat, does anybody have any questions or comments for Cynic Clinic? Just gonna give y'all a couple minutes to leave the questions or comments. So the same question that I have is, as everybody else, right? Which is that, like, over the course of the month, I got the video over the course of the month. If you had more time, was there anything you would have changed or done differently?
Last year I ran into, I felt like I kind of rushed towards the end. This year I had enough time off that I could properly do it. The real snag that I found in the month, the only real snag that I found with the month deadline was the fact that my poor little computer often wasn't up to the task what it to do, and any problems I had in regards to deadline was just the fact that, like, I was cutting it close and my computer wasn't having it. They're like, you wanna render how many After Effects compositions, dog? Man, I can't be doing this. I'm a 3.5-year-old gaming laptop, man. You yeah. So most of the only issues I really had with the month deadline were the technical ones. Was because, like, there are, like I said, I want to do that. There was that Stray Notes video on the other Fully Cooley sequels, but I wouldn't have included them anyway, just because I don't understand these people. I hate making long videos. I understand these Tim Rogers fucks who make these 14-hour breakdowns or whatever. Like, I make a video that's longer than 10 minutes. I'm like, God damn, this is fucking irritating. Like, I think the longest video I've ever made was 20 minutes, and almost all of those, I'm like, oh man, do I really need this? Can I cut that out?
Yeah, I think the longest video I made was the Japan Sings 2021, and I'm just like, no one's watching this.
Yeah, right. There's that too. And I think about, like, I'm sorry, I don't really watch videos longer than 20 minutes. I really watch videos longer than 10 minutes. It's only if I really, really like them, So I think about that point of view, but I just prefer them to be.
I'll like with scare quotes, right? I'll watch long videos, scare quotes, i.e., meaning I'll play them in the background like a podcast while I'm doing something.
Yeah, I'll do that. Like, maybe if I'm eating dinner, I'll throw on.
But never ever never ever a video where I think I'm gonna learn something, because I'm like, oh no, I have to pay attention and shit. No way, though.
Yeah,
I'm not doing it.
Yeah. So no, other than that, I'm happy with how the video turned out.
Yeah. So let me take a look here. Okay, so we do have some comments. Words says, why do you think FLCL hasn't aged in the YouTube algorithms as well as some of its contemporaries?
Fuck you. That fuck you's to Joe, not to Words, maybe. So the reason that Furikuri hasn't, see, I'm gonna overcompensate now. Yeah, the reason, that's a good question. I think possibly due to the fact maybe that it is an OVA, it's short. It doesn't have the franchise aspect that a lot of other, like the media mix, a lot of other big Eva is a merchandising machine that, even though everything Fully Coolly only has the OVAs, so I think that might be one element to it. Like, you make a video on Fully Coolly, it's just Fully Coolly, maybe the sequels, right? So that could be one element to it, but other than that, yeah, I don't know, it's a good question. Sometimes just things aren't very popular.
JJ says, what are your favorite episodes of Dragon Ball?
My favorite episodes of Dragon Ball is this. I'll just limit it to. I'll do all of them, all the shows. So I would say I really like the filler episode. Yeah. So all my favorite episodes are filler episodes. I really like the one in the original Dragon Ball where they go to the amusement park and there's the thief who's dressing up as the fortune teller trying to steal everything, and of course the driving episode from Dragon Ball Z. Those are my favorite episodes. Because I don't remember individual episodes for anything else. Yeah, because I don't remember individual episodes for Dragon Ball because, other than the filler ones, because it's just a mush of a thing.
What would you have covered in a FLCL progressive and alternative video regarding its story structure?
Well, I'm still planning to do that notes video. I just don't know when it'll come out. It might be like me recording myself to camera, minimal editing, But I would essentially say that I think the most interesting thing is they can teach endless every day. I think both of them do in different ways. But I would have talked a lot about Mono no Aware because both of them have this sense of wow, it's 30 years and we remember everything about Fully Coolly. The original characters are there, the town doesn't remember them. Other characters don't remember them. Only we remember them. Yeah, maybe Haruko as well, but Haruko's crazy, So yeah, so that's kind of the main thing I would have focused on.
All right.
I will focus on if and when I do it.
Well, so that is the cool beans of it.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
The Fully Coolly beans of it.
Yep. Thank you very much for submitting once again to
no worries.
the NOVID challenge. Do you want me to add you to the raffle?
Yeah, sure. If you don't, I would love the mug. But what would shipping be like from Canada to Australia?
I assume it won't actually be that expensive if you're willing to wait 3 months.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if you're okay with that, then yeah, add me to the raffle. I want that. I want that otaku room. I want those
killer room mug.
I want the. Yeah, I want those. I want the anime tapes that were really horror tapes, and the media just misconstrued him to be an otaku because they had an agenda out for otaku room.
Yeah.
So put me in.
All right. So that brings. So thank you very much, Jaden.
Yeah, no worries.
So, all right, that brings us to the last one, I think, for tonight. There is one left in terms of the... There is another one tomorrow. So tomorrow we're still running from 8 p.m. to midnight. So hopefully I will be more alive back then. 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. So that one's a 3-hour one. So last but not least, we have. Oh, sorry. I just got to mention that was Cine Clinic with Furikuri is not just a coming of age story. So. Woo! What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So I got the time wrong on the last one. So that was the last one. So once again, thank you everybody to coming in for the another exciting NOVID stream. So thank you very much for people coming in for another exciting NOVID stream. So we have got, we have, so I will tabulate all the donations. So we've got a few number of donations through PayPal, actually. Wow, people really hate YouTube Super Chats. So it's going to be more tomorrow. Another stream, we got, I think, 7 more entries. I can't do a... Lovi, I'm sorry, I can't do a backflip in this condition, man. I'm so tired. I can't do a backflip. I can barely do a backflip when I'm, like, awake. I can sometimes do a backflip. I used to be able to do a backflip. I don't think I can do a backflip now. But, yes. So, tomorrow, 8 p.m. to midnight. 8 p.m. to midnight, Eastern Time. I'm going to be doing the second round of NOVID entries for 2021. As always, if you want access to this, just keep the link. I guess I'll just unlist it or something. I have no idea. I don't know how I'm going to... I might just leave it up or something. I don't know. I'll figure out something. I'm not entirely sure. But once again, thank you everybody for showing up. I really appreciate that. As always, this whole thing is going to Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders. They've always been a charity that I've trusted. Do some squats. I don't think it's a good idea to do any exercises in the condition I'm in right now. I mean, like, maybe jumping jacks, sort of wake myself up a little bit, but other than that, that's all I got. So... once again, thank you, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow. Show up tomorrow. Hell yeah.